one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Do not forget. Expect us.
This is a message to all supporters. A message to all freedom fighters, to all dissenters, to all forgotten. A call to all intellectuals, to all journalists. A call to all freethinkers. A call for intelligence. This is a call to all poets. A call to the strong and the weak. A call to all young people. To the wise, to the astucious. We want you to join us. We are on the streets of Tokyo. In the skyscrapers of New York. In the lanes of Paris. In the cellars of Munich. On Moscow's icy places. On the cobbled streets of Dublin. This is a call to all people. To the youth. Join us in the fight for freedom of information. Search for us, and you will find us. We are among you. We are you. Everyone you speak with can be a member of Anonymous. We have no leaders, only an orientation. We have no targets, only results. You cannot stop us, because we are an idea. We cannot be eliminated, because we are invisible. If you try to mock us, we will mock ourselves. If you try to slander us, we will accept the defamation. We are the king's jesters with daggers. We are the dancing bear which tears to pieces the laughing mob. We are anonymous. We are a legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us, just as we expect you.
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny...
of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
we are live. Anonymous Bites Back, episode 192. Quite a bit to talk about.
Got a lot to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, what should I even... Should we start at the acquittal? Should we start there?
Sure, why not? Anybody surprised?
Not really. I mean, I just kind of... Look, he did something wrong. I know he did something wrong. A lot of people thinks that he did something wrong, but the checks and balances of the House and the Senate and the president are not. I don't believe that they're upholding the Constitution to the standards it should be. When it comes to the president obviously broke the law. I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican either. But as an anon, I stay neutral. But when it comes to upholding constitutional law, he did break the law. But because the Senate is totally dominated by Republicans right now, he could practically get away with murder at this point. You know, I'm not joking.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. You know, it wasn't. Nobody was arguing that Trump had done wrong. You know, I think most people thought that what he had done was illegal. The Democrats weren't going to be able to, you know, prosecute him without dealing with their own corruption. And they weren't willing to let that. I mean, everybody's going back and forth. But look, the Republicans said you can have the witnesses if Hunter and Joe Biden are two of those witnesses. You can call anybody you want after that.
Nobody was called, though.
Yeah, but they did, because they weren't going to let that. They thought, and I don't want to bring this in, they thought they had Iowa in the bag, which happened at the same time, and they did not.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of things that were supposed to, you know, go into play there did not happen the way that they expected them to. And rather than probably now, after seeing how low he was in the polls, 8% at the caucuses, they probably would have sacrificed him.
Yeah.
Right. But they weren't going to sacrifice their front runner moneymaker to prosecute Trump. And they could have. Look, at the end of the day, you could say, hey, look. Everybody that's got money in the Cayman Islands right now is guilty of tax evasion.
Well, that's been going on for a long time, though.
Yeah, that's fine. Trump would be going to prison right now. You could feel free to.
Yeah, you know, with the Panama Papers, we found out how much shit was actually going off seas. It was like 400 of... It was about 90% of the top billionaires and millionaires and CEOs of the United States were all hoarding money out of the U.S. to avoid taxes.
Yeah, they all do it, and I mean, you could go through plenty of issues, but at the end of the day, a corrupt system and a corrupt bunch of senators are not going to be able to prosecute a corrupt president. And both of them were willing to tap dance around it and not take responsibility for everything. But at the end of the day, if Democrats were not dirty, right, they could have easily been able to morally prosecute Trump. But they can't morally prosecute him.
Yeah, that's my problem with the Republicans, too. It's like they will not go after not only their own corruption, but like the Democratic corruption before,
because they're both doing the same shady shit. The flip
side of this, it's neither one of them will do what's required.
Yeah,
and it makes it hard, you know, when you're looking at people that are part of, you know, on one hand, well, how dare you hold aid from, you know, Ukraine for personal benefit. Right? Yeah, totally illegal. I think he totally could be prosecuted for it. Like, but what about using your position and the power of the U.S. government to put a oil pipeline, a natural gas pipeline through the Ukraine? You notice that through this entire trial, nobody mentions that all of this is about that fucking natural gas pipeline. The only reason that we're supporting Ukraine with weapons is because we want that pipeline to go to Europe and not to Russia. That's what all of this is about. We don't give a shit about the Ukrainian people at all. Not even a little fucking bit.
Well, yeah, there's that military objective, if you want to call it that, and then there's the corruption. They got two reasons they don't want to talk about stuff. Plus
Yeah.
the corruption of the Republicans not wanting to do anything about their own, but
Yeah,
they don't want to go after Romney. See, that's another one. Romney's in on it, so we got to keep quiet because we don't want to hurt Romney. And it's like Mr. Disloyal, you know. It's like I have no idea why they want that guy around, but
that was a little bit of a surprise to me through all of it was that Romney, you know, I expected him to you know, talk about it and all of it, but I did expect him to vote on party lines. Him and Romney, that's like an old money, new money. Like him and Romney do not get along for some reason. But I mean, that really sums up American politics all at once. One billionaire doesn't like another billionaire. Ooh.
Yeah, and the thing there is, you know, Trump actually campaigned for Romney and got helped get elected in Utah, and then he turns around and does that. You know, I mean, you just, you know, as a party person, you just don't do that.
Well, and then the same as we saw with Bolton. I mean, that should have been your first giveaway. When your star witness that you want to bring forward is a multiple like war criminal, one of the most bloodthirsty psychopaths in our government, you're probably not going to win them. Right? You just
that was a poison pill from the beginning there with that guy.
Yeah, when your star witness, and that's the Democrat star witness, is John Bolton. No, this is not going to work. Like when you're the person that's your star witness that you're banking all of this on is that much of, like I said, a nightmarish war criminal. This dude has the blood of thousands of people, innocent people, on his hands, and this is the problem. You would bring him to court to talk about Trump's corruption and never ask him about any of his war crimes.
Now the other guys, the other thing that goes on here is like, we're supposed to believe that, well, that's like the end of it, you know, when there should be like multiple criminal investigations out of all this. This is how they sweep shit under the rug and don't do their job by acting like that was taking care of it.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. You know, this is, you know, all I got to say from all of this is that, you know, I've had no faith. I've had no faith in our current government. I have no faith in the laws. And why should any, why should anything have come out of this, even when our own government can't regulate itself? So it just goes to show you that nothing has changed since the time of the Romans. You know, the Roman Empire was corrupt as fuck. Every empire has been corrupt as fuck. What makes the American empire any different? Nothing.
It's tried as soon as we became an empire that was really messed us up, which is not what America down to be. Like
it was not. It was never supposed to be an empire, but at the turn of the century, corporations started getting more involved into United States politics, and now they have us by the horns, and now it is an empire. So.
Perfect example. All this, both sides, Democrat and Republican, went there and quoted the Constitution ad nauseum. What would I'm outraged. I'm outraged for the founding fathers. Which founding father said this? Which founding father said that? How did the founding fathers feel about our military being used for oil companies? Ask me how our founding fathers would have felt about that. Ask me what our founding fathers would have thought of the punishment for sending U.S. soldiers to across the world to murder innocent people for a corporation. How do you think that they would feel? How would they view? Since all of you are in the founders' heads here. Right, like the amount of shit that you gotta ignore, right, to even have the sham of a court, like we're somehow we've had enough of this corruption. Really, you got Epstein's lawyer right there under oath, right? Trump comes out every fucking week and says he demands that Apple gives you access to his phone. Fair enough, let me access it that motherfucker's iPhone. Right? No, fair enough, man. You can get access. I'll give you a list of a couple people I'd love to see their phone right away for the good of the country. You're telling me it's not for the good of the country to know what's going on with the largest, right, like criminal child smuggling ring ever discovered? You don't think that's important, maybe?
No, they don't. They've dropped it, man. That's what's sad.
But I mean, I was so it was all of it was like sound bites and who can make a quick statement for the run on our preferred like news station, but none of it was real. Like that's what bothered me. Like there's so much illegal. I'll give you another great example, right? That recent shit with Iran, and then everybody went through. Let's make a new law that does to stop Trump from arbitrarily attacking using drone strikes to attack Iran or Iraq. Wait a minute, just Trump? Why not make a rule that doesn't let anybody do illegal drone strikes anywhere in the world for any reason? But no, you want that ability to murder people without oversight, just like he does. Or you want out to stop all illegal drone strike, Trump or not.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about power, though. They don't want they'll target it selectively. We want all this, but just for Trump, because then when their guy gets in there, they don't want that.
And that was what you saw here, right? They made the rules that they made. Everything that was involved in this was still made to act like you were doing something, but make sure that you have the ability to do it as well. And that's what gets me is the like hypocritical outrage that goes on. Nancy Pelosi is outraged. Seriously? Like when you look at the people that have been in this game for 20, 30, 40 years, and then you look around the world, the reason it's on fire is because of you, and you're outraged?
Yeah, well, you see that it's just like they can't count the votes in Iowa. So it was the Russians. When Democrats can't count their votes now, that's a Russian.
Actually, they said
it's like whatever, man.
Voting inconsistencies.
Yeah,
several voting inconsistencies.
Russia,
But listen,
somebody's here.
First of all, you're telling me that Russia, the country that locks up like LGBT activists, that openly beats gay and lesbian people in the street, right? That country that's made being homosexual illegal, that country hacked into the app and gave Buttigieg a boost. Think about that for a minute.
It would be one of the biggest trolls, but no, I think that the app creators who are connected to the Clinton campaign are the ones that are responsible for this. And I think that they really, really, really fucked up here because they made it so fucking blatant.
I think part of it was that they believe their own bullshit, and they haven't caught up to the world we live in yet. And it was one of those things where first they were like, oh, hey, we're just getting in the numbers. They control the media, right? But then the live streams started coming up, and people took screenshots of the final values, and they were able to immediately refute everything that they were saying. And you saw, wait a minute, there is like 8 bleachers of Bernie supporters and none of your supporters. You can't tell me you won that. And they weren't able to spin it, but a lot of it is they still truly believe that this campaign is ran on television ads. And honestly, I think the only person that understands that is Michael Bloomberg, because he's the one that's raising money to play ads on his own network. He's raising money to make money, and people are buying it. But knowing that nobody gives a shit about what you're running on NBC anymore, right? Which ads you were running on the back of YouTube anymore, right? That makes the huge difference in how information gets out, and they weren't able to control it. Look, the people that Buttigieg went and had a secret meeting in a wine cave with, right, owned a company called Shadow Inc. If that's not a fucking dead giveaway right there.
Yeah, that's the same company that's connected to the Clinton campaign.
Yeah,
it's the same exact company. It's so fucking shady. It's like you couldn't pick a more shadier name than Shadow Inc.
Cobra Inc. would be a little bit shadier, I think. But
I think Shadow Inc. is about as shady.
Shadow's shady, no doubt about it. Man.
Yeah, that was everything about that says dirty, but everything about this campaign has been dirty. Why? Why? Why, Bernie? Leave the Democratic Party. We owe no allegiance to a private company. It's not part of our government. It's not mentioned not one time in the Constitution. Fuck them. Like, dude has an army. We don't need them. We don't need them at all. And you can't get any more corrupt. Look, they have fucked us in the media. They fucked us in the poll. They fucked us in this fucking caucus. They fucked us in 2016. Like, eventually, they just are going to fuck us. That's their thing. Like,
hey, what's the chance they're going to fuck you again?
Yeah, that's it, dude. Just, I mean,
100%.
just please take Tulsi Gabbard and get the fuck out of there. Like, the Democratic Party needs Bernie Sanders, right? That's the only if they're going to have a foot in the door at all, even a little tiny bit, it's with Bernie Sanders. But at the end of the day, he doesn't need them. Like, he doesn't need this corrupt fucking, like I said, for-profit private company. Why would you have a for-profit company running our elections? Come on.
It's a private company. You don't get to say anything about it.
Yeah, which is what doesn't make any sense. Like, fair enough, but, at a private company, I don't have anything to say about. But this is my election. This is my government. This is the place where I do get a goddamn vote.
Well, I think in the admiralty world, you really don't. That's the problem. When you go down the corporate route and then the private corporate route, you can pretty much kiss your rights goodbye.
The only thing that I can say is they're doing us favors at this point, because every swing that they take, right, makes Bernie that much more popular. They really do. Like, they're shooting themselves in the foot. Eventually, they're going to realize there's no tricks that they're going to use at this point that they haven't already used. And this is a whole new generation that just is not having any of it. And that's not just left or right. Like, they had no choice but to run Trump. Either they ran Trump or there isn't a Republican Party. And if you don't,
that's what they say. I don't believe it. I think Republicans could get a lot better candidate than Trump. Starting, hey, Rand Paul, just run Rand Paul. Give me a better Republican, because Trump is not. He's a New York progressive liberal, just like he's always been.
I think but that's where his support isn't really the conservative party. His support are Trumpsters, right? Or Trumpeters, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And that's
it's his low IQ base. That's what it is.
Yeah. Isn't the Republican Party, no way, isn't a conservative base. They support Trump. And I think Bernie's in a very similar situation where you're hard up to find a Bernie supporter that has anything good to say about the DNC. They're like,
they're a cult, man. I'll tell you what, here on the right, it's like, if you don't stay in line and say what you're supposed to and be 100% behind Trump, you are a traitor. Oh, and they will. I mean, it's worse than a rabid leftist, man. They will attack.
Oh, look at look at the reaction to someone booing Hillary Clinton. Booing Hillary Clinton. Like, one of the most despicable, and again, someone that's, again, fucking with our election, right? One of the most despicable politicians. And even when she ran for president, right, it was already, these are two of the most unpopular candidates ever, right? And she's, like, upset about being booed. Like, that is the best that you can expect. Like, a boo, I feel, was respectful.
Yeah, considering you're Jezebel, just booing her, I mean, that's not enough. They should be trying to kill her.
Yeah.
Just booing her, that's not enough.
Just exposed as the corrupt, you get no respect. People don't get to bow and touch your ring and kiss your ring.
At this point, she should be arrested. Like, this is insane. Like, how much election interference is she going to get away with? Like, literally saying that Bernie and Tulsi are connected to the Russians, and like fucking then her firm that is used for her campaign is caught doing rigging in Iowa, and they call it a mistake of coding. Are you kidding me?
Hey man, if they can sell uranium to the Russians and take land, sell it from under the ranchers that are still living on the land, they can do anything, dude.
Yeah, this is like I mean, I don't know what more people want. You know what I mean? Like, we've done lawsuits, nothing sticks to these motherfuckers. Like, when it comes to DNC, nothing sticks to them. And they just keep on doing it. And like I said, there is no reason for you to be involved in our politics at this point. And yes, we can take a vote without the DNC.
Well, you see their rules committee getting active too. There, when Bernie had his big surge there, it's like all of a sudden the rules committee's getting together, trying to figure out how they could fuck him.
I mean, I don't understand why Trump doesn't fix this with an executive action. You know what I mean? Truth in elections. He could fix this so easily.
He won't even do anything about the censorship to his own base and the Republican Party. These guys are cutting channels and killing people left and right, and not a finger's lifted.
Yeah, I've been so unhappy with it's just a clown show nonstop. Like, and there's serious shit going on in the world, and it's just like and I mean, we got to move in. Like, I'm like, nothing that we're gonna say here tonight hasn't been said that's what gets me, hasn't been said 1,000 times on every single network, and we've got like coronavirus breathing down our neck, and there's not a word about it.
Speaking of which, Tencent, an app in China, who was keeping track of the death toll and everything, they accidentally posted figures that are higher than what the Chinese government is saying. And their figures were 154,000 infected and like 25,000 dead. So,
and that's what everything heard out of China has said. Everything that we've heard has said 100,000. Every single one. And they've denied it. They've arrested people. They've beaten up people. They've exposed people to the virus on purpose. And
not only in China, they've also been arresting people in Malaysia, Thailand, and Singapore. These
speaking the truth,
3 countries plus China. These 3 countries plus China now have anti-fake news organizations that are set up to go after people who post rumors and quote unquote fake news online. That is insane.
And I mean, these are people that are posting live stream videos. So this is what the hospital here right now looks like. And yet, one day, 2 or 3 deaths a day, but then we're seeing people stacked in these emergency rooms. We see them welding doors shut, and I mean, all of it. And they keep on arresting people for literally speaking the truth, and then a week later it comes out to be true.
There's a cover-up of major proportions going on. Because you can't see all these bodies laying around and just a few videos that you do, and then them telling you that, well, there's only 400 killed. And when everybody's telling you like half their family's dead and all these bodies hanging around the hospital, it's like, give me a break, man.
Yeah, and it's not it's not like it's one person. This is from so many sources. I mean, just normal people that are showing what's going on the ground. And yet, it's one of those, they're lying to our faces even when you have access to the real information. And they'll get on and kind of try halfway discredit you, but then just, I guess, people eat up whatever comes out on the corporate media, even though you can see it with your own eyes.
It's that myth of control. It's like the government always has to have control, even if it's just the myth of control.
I mean, what the doctor that broke the story to be, put out the warning to begin with, that they arrested and all of that, he's now passed on.
Yeah, he died from the virus.
Yeah, that's
dead.
Suspicious to begin with. I'm not throwing anything else, but just suspicious as fuck. The death toll in the last 4 hours jumped by 1,000. We did have a little bit of a lull down to fit 12% in critical condition. But then when that jump happened, we went all the way back up to 15%, 4,824 people in critical condition. And that number of critical condition keeps on going up, but the number of recovered doesn't. So, I mean, we've got a bunch of people that have, that could literally be dead. We can hook you up to machines nowadays that will keep your body systems all going. But that doesn't mean that you're going to survive this, just to keep the numbers down. 4,000 people in critical condition. And you don't hear that number at all.
Well, even if they're giving you delayed bullshit information, it still has it's an increasing curve. You're on that typical elliptical curve. So, it's still telling you the same information, man. It's like this thing's, out of control, and you're probably 2 to 3 weeks behind.
Yeah, that's the deal. We're about 3 weeks behind, and the Chinese have now built 2 giant hospitals. And our goal, our first statement is, well, we trust what the Chinese are saying. Everything's okay. They've got it under control. They obviously do not in any way, shape, or form. Everybody in there, like CDC, has stepped down at this point or died of the virus. And then their new fix is that, well, we'll put everybody on army bases, and our military bases are not set up to be biological containment centers. They're meant to keep people out, not keep people in. We're not set up to do that at all.
Yeah. The other thing to say about those hospitals is that there are lines that are literally going all the way around the fucking block to get into these hospitals. And if one of those people are actually sick, everybody in that line who isn't sick is going to catch the virus.
Oh, yeah.
This thing is very highly contagious. It can spread through your eyes. It's really bad.
Yeah, as well as these police, medical sweeper teams that that are going around the cities, kidnapping people for one reason or other, whether it's a reason to containment or whatever. But what people are complaining about is there's people are disappearing and not coming back. Like, we're not hearing from them again. But I'm sure we're going to talk about it a little more tonight. But the spraying that's going on all over the cities as well. What is going on with that?
Spraying.
Yeah, like they've retrofitted these. I mean, all sorts of stuff to these giant sprayers that they're running through the city, and I mean, it's thicker than the thickest you've ever seen. And
they were spraying from drones and spraying from a type of machine that they were going through the street.
Yeah, and I mean, that's not going to stop. First of all, that's not going to work. And second of all, what is going on? Like, you're just guaranteeing you're not going to die from coronavirus, but you're all going to die from cancer. And people have to understand, when you have these fixes to some of these solutions that require you to spray over your population, that has never worked out well. And right now, most of the Western world has outlawed a ton of these chemicals that they've been spraying on us for years. And now these companies have these stockpiles of literally billions of barrels of these nightmarish chemicals. And what they're doing is spraying them all over the emerging world rather than having to actually get rid of them. And they will spray things that there is no way that they, they will go up, well, what are you spraying? Well, DDT. They will spray stuff with chemicals that, number one, won't fix what they're telling you it will. And number two, they're just trying to get rid of their chemical.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons for using that Corexant when that BP oil spilled, because they had a bunch of that stuff hanging around and they needed to get it off the shelf, so.
Yeah, just put it there. It's already fucked up. Just put it there. Don't worry about it. But yet these people are heartless. Rather than have to pay to have it, disposed of correctly, they'll spray it all over anywhere below the equator. But that's not a good sign. We've got videos of them just literally welding people into their apartment complexes, and then the follow-up videos of them going through and collecting the bodies house to house.
Yeah, there was a report I just saw, I haven't confirmed yet, but just to say that there was a report that said that the Chinese government was seeking court approval to kill 20,000 people.
What the fuck?
To prevent the spread of the virus. Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to work. They didn't tell us in December 8th when it was first going out. It's already months and months of people spreading it. A month of people spreading it before we even knew about it. And I know there's about the court thing. I know that they're starting to fight over who owns the patent for the cure or the vaccine.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I'm not sure about that information though. I'm trying to confirm it.
Bill Gates is in on that, isn't he?
No, it's a different patent.
Just gutless scum. Gutless scum. You wouldn't give that to the world. What the fuck is the matter with you? Like, what patent? Are you serious?
It's a British UK patent that they're trying to get a hold of. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. We've been posting I think all of us have been posting, the official numbers and all of that, and I'm putting official with quotes. Official and real numbers are two specific, are two completely different things. But eventually it's going to be out of control and there's zero preparation. But our governments are never ready for an emergency. Not one that's been, you look at, they will have the same response to the coronavirus that they had to the hurricanes. And hurricanes have been happening for millions of years and happen every single year to the point that we have a hurricane season. And they still can't figure out how to respond to hurricanes.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico is still fucked and continued to be, and yet they just can't figure it out. Sunniest place on the planet, they cannot keep the lights on. It's just, it's insanity. It's insanity. And then they expect us to buy like, oh yeah, guys, we got this under control. You've never had anything under control.
Oh, they react too slow. That's the problem with government. It's not designed to react quickly like you need to. On the lower levels it is, if it's some TSA groping you at the airport, well, they can be on top of that shit. But other problems, that need to go a chain of command, that takes forever. Get everybody together, pass the bill.
Yeah, just don't be prepared. Make sure that you have, medications ready. This isn't, to be honest, guys, this shows how pathetic humanity's system has become, where we can be beaten by a virus. The basic form of life can destroy us because we've got fake borders and fake political games to play and money to be made and contracts on pieces of paper, and you can't be, cured because you don't have the right patent. Right? And the virus doesn't give a fuck about any of that bullshit.
Yeah.
But because of our complete and utter self-centeredness, we're gonna just, people are gonna die. At the end of the day, people die because we are that hateful of a species. And that's to ourselves. Don't even get us started on how we treat the rest of the world, but to ourselves, we're that gutless of bastards.
Well, you see these other stories where there's markers that this virus has gene markers from going through these gene editing machines.
And the spaces that they're edited at are specifically HIV genes that have been spliced in. Now, what is going on? It goes into, because we don't know, you only have conspiracy, but there's not really a great reason for that to have been happened. And the markings are definitely there, which I know when this was all started, Mark had said before that they were using HIV medication that was responding to, people responding well to the HIV medication. And I immediately said, they're two different viruses. They're shouldn't be a correlation between the two. Maybe upping your immune system and all of that would have the effect. But now that the genes have been through, we know that it actually has HIV genes in it that have been spliced in there. That may have been why the HIV medication had a beneficial effect.
Yeah. And that 100% shows that it was a biological accident too. Because, that doesn't just fucking happen. HIV genes just don't get into the virus.
And we have a tendency to and we can't act like we have anywhere near a good track record with this stuff. Look at the deer ticks, right? Lyme's disease, bioweapon that got out of control. Why do we have bioweapons? Bioweapons are illegal. Stop funding them. They're going to get out and kill a whole shitload of people.
Well, they were warned, and in 2017 and 2015, they were warned that this could happen.
Okay, yeah, the man animal is not smart enough to wield the power of plagues. All right, y'all are stupid monkeys that can't figure out how to use the power of the fucking sun. So why would we have that in itself is a problem. The fact that a government thinks that it needs to buy
there's several governments around the world that have biolabs like that.
All the big ones.
China's not the...
Yeah, all the big ones. If you know what I mean. If you've got a military-industrial complex, you're rocking a biological weapon of some sort that will A, get into the wrong hands at some time, or B, just leak out somehow into the environment. Stop. We don't need it.
That's what Francis Boyle said too. The guy who drafted the Anti-Bioweapons Act in the 1970s or 80s. He thinks that it was a bioweapon as well, and he said that the P4 labs are specifically used for creating bioweapons. So he has no doubt that it was a bioweapon.
Yeah, it'll be hard to tell. We'll know for sure in 50 years, right? Like, all of these people are so...
No, I think that there's enough evidence out there now to say that. You have the situation in Canada where there was Chinese scientists sending coronavirus over to Wuhan in July of last year. And then you have another situation where there was a Harvard head guy that was arrested, and along with two other Chinese citizens very recently after the virus was announced. And it turns out that the Chinese scientists were trying to smuggle out 21 unknown vials of material. So I think there's enough evidence there.
Life will find a way. Like that story, when you were going through that in your head, whoever put that together, like if it is a bioweapon, when you put that together, we're smuggling 21 viruses of the most deadly virus that we've ever made, and you didn't expect that to go bad. That is like movie villain stupidity.
Well, we don't know what the 21 vials were. We know that the other smuggled from Canada was coronavirus.
I mean, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. It's probably within the realm of likelihood, but look at the fight that we've had against, HIV, and that's like a twofold thing. Was HIV, man-made? Probably, right? And the people that knew were all mysteriously killed in a plane crash. Everybody that had the information, all that, all the Nobel Warning Prize scientists, all the researchers, all killed in one aircraft. And that story just kind of went away. On the other side of it,
well, yeah, that was MH17, right? In the Ukraine.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just kind of brushed under that everybody they mention the flight all the time and never mention that all of the HIV researchers that say man-made virus.
All the people that were on the plane that were involved in HIV research and how they were on their way to a summit. I think that has a very suspicious
man-made virus. We're all killed, but then on the other end of it, the virus got completely out of control because our government was happy that they felt it was only going to kill black and gay people. So
that was years ago. it was years ago. That was when they were testing with the Tuskegee project.
And they could have, they could have done, they could have reacted the same way that they react to it, that they react to it now. They could have reacted like they should react to a outbreak of the viruses, but they looked at it and said, you know what? It's just killing Africans. That's a good thing. We want their stuff. Heard there's lithium in those mountains. You look at that. We haven't had anybody die from Ebola in Boston forever.
Well, Francis Boyle said that Ebola, he said that they were doing experiments with injecting people with Ebola vaccine before the Ebola outbreak even took place in Africa.
And you've seen this. I mean, this isn't new, right? You saw it when they were using the smallpox virus, smallpox against Native American people. This isn't a tactic of the government, and it's never worked out. Like I said, it's never worked out to our benefit. This will only destroy us in the end, and nobody can really give me a good reason why we should be doing this research at all. These people can't be trusted with this kind of weapon, and this kind of weapon really shouldn't exist.
No, yeah, they shouldn't be making biological viruses and merging them. That's the main.
Yeah, all of this is a bad idea. And I mean, viruses, there's other things that viruses are used for, but this specifically, a bad idea. Bad idea. But you've got people in charge that, well, we have to respond by killing as many people as possible. At a certain point, you don't.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think that China seeks for court's approval to kill over 2,000 or 20,000 people. I think it's a fake article. I've looked at the source of it and everything, and they don't really have much information in this to allude to that. They don't have a court report, nothing. So, it's just a rumor. It's probably fake news.
Oh my God.
It came from a website called ab-tc.com, which is called City News. So, I think it's a fake article.
This has been, and look, the Chinese government is smart, right? They put out fake articles, they'll put out knowingly fake information, and then have you share it, and then immediately turn it in for being fake news, so they shut down your page. So if you're somebody that is posting information, make sure you know what you're posting.
Yeah,
it's a good propaganda technique too. It's a way to bleed in the idea that a lot of people have died or are going to, and then when it really happens, it's not so much of a shock.
Yeah, I would say that too. I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, everything that we've shown, everything that we've seen has said that there's over 100,000 people involved. So, how much that number has went up since now? And it's weird that the 100,000. I mean, matches. If I look online now, like if I look at our algorithm here, for the coronavirus updates, which we're kind of compiling the U.S. information and the English information, but the numbers are so very close at 131,000. Like that's almost dead on what the leaked information, what the doctors are saying.
Leaked information said 154,000 from Tencent chat. They accidentally had it up. They did this 3 times now. This is not the first time. It was the 3rd time that they've accidentally posted higher figures than what's being reported by the Chinese government.
Yeah, so I mean, I would put those as being the actual list. I mean, I really.
Yeah, I think it's a high possibility that there's 154,000 people infected in China alone, just based off the videos that I've seen. Of the guy that I've been talking to about it, and the videos that he's been leaking me. It definitely looks like that could be the case, and the 24,000 deaths could be highlighted by the videos we've been seeing coming out of the hospitals for sure.
Yeah, and it's been a pretty nonstop stream of just of reconfirming the same thing over and over again. and then their denials are almost are refuted a week later.
Yeah. The other thing is, if this was a bioweapon, that fits more with the statistics of a bioweapon than the figures that China is putting out right now, for sure. Um, the actual figures that China's putting out, they've been disputed by several scientists all around the world, saying that the numbers are much higher, and they've said that the numbers are about where the Tencent said for the leaked data. Well, what seems to be leaked data, because they posted it now 3 different times. Once in January, apparently another time towards the end of January, which I knew about, and then now on February 2nd. So yeah, I think that the numbers would be much higher by now, because those were leaked on February 2nd. So you just think about it, it's probably like up to at least 26,000 deaths by now, and maybe like 160,000 plus infected, which that sounds more accurate.
And I mean, yeah, and it's just gonna. The problem is it'll go from everything's okay to the system is completely overwhelmed overnight. And what it's not. People say, oh well, it's the flu, and it's the flu has 30,000 a year. Well, we've already surpassed that. And the problem is people don't get the flu all at once, and even then, the flu at certain times shuts down small towns, medical systems, and even cities medical systems. But you don't have people. I've seen the one more people than that die of heart attacks. Yeah, but they don't all drop dead of a heart attack in the same day, and that's what becomes a problem. Where things that you normally wouldn't die of. You were in a car accident. Well, unfortunately, there's not enough fluids. There's not all of the things. The doctors are overworked or just not available. Things that you normally wouldn't die of do because the system is overwhelmed. And that adds to the numbers of things that are going on. There's just nobody to deal with it when the system gets locked up like that. And that's what we're really in danger of happening.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflicting information coming out, and I think really there's been a lot of reports about people getting their houses ransacked by quarantine teams. They've been raiding people's houses with quarantine teams and literally dragging people out into the streets and throwing them into a quarantine van.
Yeah, that's what we've. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the things that we've seen, and then we've also seen a video of Chinese, literally Chinese authorities literally like welding people inside their fucking houses. Like, what?
And then what we're hearing is that they're not. There's no services after that. Like they're welded in, and then that's it. We had a young man that was disabled that starved to death in his house because they came and caught his parents on the street, and there was no help for him. They left him to starve.
It wasn't a starved to death. It was he needed special medical attention. I can't remember for what, but he needed special medical attention, and his caretaker wasn't able to get to him. So that's what happened with that situation. But yeah, it's I've seen videos. Some of them I can't even publish because they're too big and Twitter won't let me, and I don't have video editing software to cut them. I need somebody to do it. But I've seen videos of where people were hanging their medical drip on their cars, on the trees. This is a lot worse than what China is saying. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built 2 new hospitals out of nowhere. Okay.
It was like they built one and then saw it and said, "Fuck, this is not enough."
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is, like I said, there's videos of several hospitals within China having these huge ass lines going around the block. Seeing that it should be an immediate red flag.
Yeah, I agree. And this is what I mean. Again, you know, look, we're never going to be as organized as communist China is when they feel that their like livelihood is being threatened, right? We're never going to be able to be that or right. There's the seeing them the veracity that they were getting the hospitals together. You don't do that for no reason.
Yeah, and the historic lockdown of it was 60 million people. Now I think it's up to 72 million or more. It's certainly above 60 million. So it's somewhere between 60 72 million.
Well, and I mean,
Within that range.
They're
So I
slowly,
mean, that doesn't happen. Like that has never happened in history. They've never ever. No country has ever locked down that many people.
well, in the whole country. I mean, at this point, the whole country from travel, China's pretty much locked down the country as it is,
Yeah.
like plane wise. Our flight coming in, but slowly but surely, America's doing the exact same thing, right? Like how much?
Yeah.
Say no flights in and out, nobody leaves. You can't leave.
Yeah, and then now we have a cruise ship that has 20 infected people on it. That's the other key thing there is that you know, if there's a full cruise ship of like 100 plus people and 20 of them are so far infected that fast, you know, that should be another big red flag waving, saying that the Chinese are probably not telling the truth. If the virus originated in Wuhan, you know, alone, most of those people who live there should be infected by now.
Well, and I guess
But then we had the report about the mayor who said that there was 5 million that left, and then now there was Chinese media of the Chinese Communist Party saying that they those numbers aren't right. It's not 5 million, that it was only 15,000. But the thing is, it's like, you know, you can't trust the Chinese government with this information. They lied about SARS previously. You know, they lied through their teeth about SARS until they had to admit it.
I have a video and I haven't posted it because I can't verify it, right? And this is from this is supposedly from Wuhan the day before the quarantine, you know, was started, and the road is literally, as far as you can see in any direction, just choked with leaving the city.
I saw, yeah, I have that video. I saw that.
Now, and that's the deal. I wasn't able to post it because I couldn't, you know, verify. Yeah, this is definitely Wuhan, and the guy that's in the video doesn't say. Thanks, buddy. Doesn't say exactly where he is, but entitled it as, you know, Wuhan Hotel.
There's a sign. There's a sign there that the Anonymous Bites Back Asia team translated.
Okay.
So yeah, it is officially in China. It's a highway leaving. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen the video.
Yeah, and it's just as far as you can see, and you know, even past then, you've started to see, you know, people that brought their cars, like cars with Wuhan plates on it, that are just abandoned. So the people did, you know, they got on the other side, and then
yeah, right. And that was before, when everything was kind of shit hitting the fan. The first case that we were able to track down was actually in December 1st. Although the New York Times reported in November that there was 2 Chinese citizens that were facing a black pneumonia. So, I mean, you know, the fact that they reported that, I think that we can say that the cases went back until somewhere in November.
The ABB Asia team, I mean, they had been telling us for a while that there was a weird virus in the area, and they couldn't. The doctors were calling out for help, and nobody would respond to them.
You know, another thought is, you know, this could be government, you know, looking at a big problem like Hong Kong, will do something like this to cover it up and obfuscate everything, throw it out of the news cycle, change the whole narrative.
Well, yeah, they went from
a hell of a way to do it, but
stop and beat you up and take you to a holding facility if you are wearing a mask. And then a week later, it's, well, we beat you up and arrest you and put you in a holding facility for wearing a mask, or not wearing a mask. It makes no sense. But the exact same thing's happening. Like, it's weird in Hong Kong specifically, because that's where they started implementing like those police teams that just, if you're not wearing a mask, they come up, beat you up, and throw you in a quarantine whatever, and you're never seen again. But a week before, if you were wearing a mask, those same people came and threw you in a fucking van and took you to some holding facility to never be seen again.
The thing is that is happening. That's happening to people who are posting videos online to Weibo and WeChat. That is really happening. Like, nobody can dispute it. They've been going after the people who are posting videos online, arresting them, throwing them in a fucking van. It's bad. Like, it's fucking bad that they're doing that.
Even the doctor that the whistleblower, and it was him and 8 other guys, 8 other people.
Yeah.
But even like, police came, arrested him, went through the whole things, like, called him a traitor and the works. A whole media smear campaign, and it said it was 100% true. And it's not just China. I mean, it's not like any of these governments, when they get caught up in these lies, comes out and says, okay, yeah, sorry. Right? You just move on, like they didn't just lie to your face, put, millions, if not the whole planet, in danger, and they just, whatever. Somebody will step down. But this time we're telling the truth. You can totally trust us now.
Oh, yeah, right. And the thing is, again, they lied about SARS. They said that SARS wasn't a biological weapon. When, in 2004, guess what? They arrested 5 Chinese officials and said that they accidentally leaked SARS from a laboratory. And SARS was leaked from a lab 3 out of 4 times.
Why were you? It makes everybody.
So it's more than likely that the 4th time too it was leaked from a lab, but we don't have proof of that. We have proof of the 3 out of 4.
Yeah, if there's one that's going to leak from the labs eventually, you're making a communicable disease. Of course it is. Can you? It's insanity. It might when you look at it, it's absolute insanity.
The thing is, they don't think that, when you're working in these laboratories, they have quarantine, they have like a quarantine tank. You basically, when leaving the lab, you're supposed to go into the tank and get cleared to leave. They have these at chemical plants too. But, for this type of situation, it's more important for you to go through this quarantine process. The thing is, though, if you go through the quarantine process and it doesn't kill the virus and it says, oh, yeah, you're A-okay to go and leave, and then you have a little bit of the trace of the virus, when getting changed into your regular clothes and leaving the lab, that's a great way for you to spread a virus out to the public, just leaving the lab and going to do your normal things, like go to a supermarket to go get food, or go to a gas station or something. And then all of a sudden, everybody that you interacted with is now infected, and then they infect other people. And then, you have a pandemic.
Yeah. Or just, you've contacted your contact, and they've told you they'll give you $1 billion in offshore accounts if you bring this new virus. And you look at the numbers and say, well, it's only a 3% death rate. I can smuggle it. But then it turns out that it actually is much more communicable than you thought. And you just end up infecting tons and tons of people trying to make all the money. Like, that's the problem with these, weapons of war, is that people will do horrible, horrible things to get the money involved with them.
Yeah, like what happened in Canada with the 2 Chinese citizens that smuggled out coronavirus. And that is 100% true. In July of last year, it was reported that Chinese civilians, they smuggled out coronavirus and sent it to Wuhan. So, that alone right there, that says a big red flag. But then we have the other evidence of the Wuhan University virology university, saying that that there's a job posting in November for splicing SARS and bat coronavirus. So, I mean, it's so blatant that this is what happened, and it's like, why the fuck don't you admit it? And Zero Hedge actually published the information that's publicly available of the doctor saying that this is the guy who did it. You know, give him a call. But his information was public. It was a public biography. So I mean, like, you know, is that wrong? Is that doxing? No. Like, he didn't, the Zero Hedge Tyler Durden, he didn't post the address of the guy. He just posted his phone number that he had on his bio and linked to it. You know, it's like, and the thing is, the guy should be fucking called about it, because it's obvious that that's what happened, because they have all the proof laid out there. It's like coronavirus sent from Canada to Wuhan, and then job posting for, you know, looking into coronavirus spliced with SARS. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that the virus has proteins and genomes of SARS and of bat coronavirus. So, and HIV. So it's like, it's so obvious that it's a biological weapon.
Again, what was this made by the Legion of Doom? Who the fuck comes up with, like, who would you send that to and think, like, it was a good idea? Oh, we're gonna make a disease of all deadly diseases that have almost killed us in the last 20 years. That's a great idea.
Well, the CIA or the Pentagon would be looking at that one and say, really?
Oh, we want to do
Tell
that.
us more. You know.
Tell us more.
That's how you infected yourself, knowing that if you were asymptomatic, you weren't spreading the disease. You figure it takes me a day to get there, you know. But unfortunately, you actually were spreading the disease while you were traveling and not asymptomatic, and you end up spreading it to everybody, trying to smuggle the virus to America, smuggling it to wherever. Like, there's just a million ways that having a super virus on hand is a shitty idea.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, this could go wrong, and then because of those same I don't know, self-centeredness, right? You're gonna make it worse by not being able to respond to it. Well, we got to keep it secret because we can't make it look like we're weak. They tell us what's going on because it's our super secret biological problem, and they're telling them because, well, we just see how it works out. Maybe this will give us an edge economically. And you got a whole nother set of people that are hell-bent on bringing apocalypse that are running our countries. Another group of people that think we'll all be better off if there was like 20% of people on the planet that are also running our countries. Like, none of this is a good deal.
Yeah.
Well, this is one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. You should not be in charge of anything.
Well, like you said, it was like the Legion of Doom coming up with the fucking virus, man. Like, a little bit of HIV, a little bit of SARS, a little bit of coronavirus, and
you know what it's called? It's called the Senior Executive Service. That's what it is. SES. That's the Legion of Doom. That's the deep state.
And I mean, that's at the end of the deal. Like, even once they were done making it for themselves and stockpiling it, at the end of the day, all of these viruses are made to sell back and forth between these guys. When you're done, you would be able to sell it to the U.S., and then they would make it to be leaked somewhere. It does. It's hard. Like I said,
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that they haven't just blamed this on like terrorism and said, it was like released by a terrorist. I'm probably giving them fucking ideas. They're probably taking notes. But fuck, man, like I'm surprised. Like that's the scapegoat. I've been waiting for the scapegoat, and it hasn't happened yet.
He's got an idea. He's got an idea. He's got something there. Blame it on the terrorist. It was Space Al Qaeda.
Space Al Qaeda. That's why we need Space Force. We need to combat Space Al Qaeda.
I know it's not on the list, and I think we'll go on. I know we're going to go on to the next item here, but just dealing with the coronavirus, a bunch of businesses are shut down. But the interesting thing to know is that is having an emergency meeting to artificially raise the price of oil so that it doesn't cost you and I 50 cents less at the pump. Rather than have that happen, they're going to have an emergency meeting and raise the price. The reason that that's happening is because China's not buying a whole bunch of oil right. He's driving anywhere because of quarantine. So they're not selling oil. This is my problem. So all environmental, disasters of any sort stop your oil production. Any pipeline leaks stop your oil production. Any economic unrest stop your oil production. Any wars of political unrest stop your oil production. And now viruses stop your oil production. Is there anything that oil isn't fucked up by? Like if you're running solar panels, and even on the word virus, it's still going to shine. But they're telling me now because of a virus, like everything else, right? The oil production just isn't going to work. The system is literally built that absolutely nothing can happen, or it's just interesting that the alternative energies are all around us, and they're not alternative energy, right? Fossil fuels are the alternative energy, right? Wind, solar, tidal, geothermal, those are real energy. That's the energy that's around us, provided for free, that's been shaped the earth for billions of years, right? That's given us all of the energy around us. Including the fossil fuels that are in the ground. It really is fossil fuels, the alternative energy, but the system is so fucked that anything messes it up. I know we're going to go to Puerto Rico, but Puerto Rico is struggling, and would be struggling. I mean, 10% they would be struggling 90% as bad or less if we just gave them water from air systems and solar generators. You'd have power water, like right there. That would be two huge things off of it, and we just cannot figure it out. One of the sunniest places on the planet, and we can just not figure out how to do it.
Yeah. The other subject we should get on to is Trump's impeachment. And the comments that Monica Lewinsky made, she wrote on Twitter, I quote, "I'm willing to take one for the team and give Trump a blowjob in the Oval Office." Apparently, that's the only thing that can convince Republicans to impeach.
Wow.
Well,
That is funny.
That's not going to work. See, that would have to happen, and then he would have to lie about it, when there's a blue dress, that type of thing.
But even then, after the impeachment, after that whole thing, the blowjob story, he was more popular than he was before.
Bill Clinton, yeah, absolutely. It's so sad.
Yeah, I mean, the Monica Lewinsky haircut became one of the, was the most popular haircut in the nation after.
Right. Yeah, Clinton didn't really care about it. He was like, "Oh, yeah, I did it. I admit it."
It gave Clinton the same boost that this will give Trump. Like, you can't deny a win makes your side look strong. But I would say most likely Trump will get a boost. Will get a boost out of this acquittal.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because now he gets to say, "See, they were lying. They used it. they used it and said that I did this and that, and they were lying. This is all bull. That's actually exactly what he's doing now. I don't know if you saw the quote, but he said that everything was literally bullshit.
Did you see the prayer, the breakfast? That was messed up. That was messed up.
No, what exactly happened? I didn't see that.
He went to the prayer breakfast. They have it every year after the State of the Union or whatever, and it is a bipartisan thing. You kind of all go talk about unity and blah 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 blah. It's a normal prayer breakfast. No, first he goes out there, and I think the prayer the like the name of the prayer breakfast was unity or something like that, and he comes out and immediately after quoting the Bible, right? After quoting God, he's all like, "Well, I don't agree with that," and then proceeds to like get about everyone at a prayer breakfast. And after hearing the quotes from the Bible about forgiving your enemies and working past it and this and that and the other, which you don't have to do, but then immediately comes out and says, "Well, I don't agree with that." You don't agree with the words of God? What the fuck? Wow, the ego on this. But yeah, the prayer breakfast was bad. He had another actual speech later on in the day, which I mean, he's welcome to talk shit all he wants on his win speech. I think it's bullcrap, but fair enough. It's just the prayer breakfast. Not really the time, man. Just don't come.
Now, was that a Bernie prayer breakfast or Trump?
That was Trump.
Man, he's got a lot of evangelicals and Zion, Christian Zionists in there, man. I'm just not into that.
Well, I mean, Pence is one of the he's a religious nut. Like, this guy really does want to bring in the apocalypse. That's what worries me about them being in charge of a plague. I don't think that's a great idea. Oh, what are you looking forward to? Oh, I'm looking forward to when the humanity breaks into fire and brimstone and plagues rain the earth. And you're the vice president? That's not a good deal.
Yeah, if they're marching to Zion, be careful.
Yeah, that's. I want to be the first to ring in the apocalypse. No, that's evil. You know that's evil, right? Do you really think that if God comes back and you're all like, "Hey, instead of bringing the apocalypse, I figured we'd treat each other with respect and quit murdering each other," you really think that God's going to be upset about that? That's probably his plan. We read it and we said, yeah, we're supposed to chop each other up into little pieces. But then, we thought about it. And that doesn't seem really good. In fact, that seems kind of evil. So we decided not to do that. Now that you came back, look what place it is. We made it super nice. We even cleaned up all of the chemical shit we put everywhere. Instead of using our CRISPR and cloning technology to murder each other, started using it to bring back some of these extinct animals. It's nice now. You think that probably would make Jesus, God, whatever the fuck you believe in, right, way happier than turning it into an apocalyptic chemical wasteland.
Well, it's all part of that grand vision that you just don't get. See, it's just, you have to be pretty twisted. It's a twisted vision.
Bad idea.
You have to blow up the earth so that Jesus can come back. It's just.
It just.
You have to be a visionary for that kind of stuff.
That God seemed to have spent an inordinate amount of time making a beautiful planet, and you seriously think he wants you to destroy it in a nuclear apocalypse? That's what you thought God made this amazing planet for? What? That's twisted. How do you come to that conclusion? You look over a beautiful, a beautiful landscape and think, this place would look great if it was radioactive. No,
Now
all
you
the
want to,
every
if you're
day.
rich, you want to come back as a virus, so you kill a lot of people. Who was that? Somebody said that. Wasn't that one of the Rockefellers?
That he wanted to come back as a virus and murder everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was one of the Rockefellers.
You name buildings after that psychopath.
He did literally say that.
To be honest, unbridled capitalism is a virus. He was right. He is definitely like that system that they work so hard to set up is definitely like a virus.
Yeah, it kind of takes over with its own set of rules, doesn't it?
Yeah, and pretty much turns everything it touches into complete and utter shit.
It's like it turns regular guys, you put a suit on them and it turns them into two-faced corporate dicks, man. There's just something about it.
Oh, look at what it did to Buttigieg. Buttigieg.
Yeah, that lust for power. Now, wasn't he like a partial investor in this Shadow Corp or somebody that did work on that app? I mean, the whole thing's shady.
Yeah. He was a part. So he owns some stock in it or part. I'm sure he sits on the board or something crazy. I mean, it's just so weird that and now it just to put icing on the cake. His campaign manager, whatever, executive manager, whatever, is an executive from. Like he's gone far over the edge. Like when they bought him, hook, line, and sinker.
Well, he has more billionaires behind him than anybody, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Besides Bloomberg and
I mean,
Trump
whatever blood sacrifice they did in that wine cave, like they meant business because he went from being at least talking like he was part of the people and all of that to 100% corporate puppet, hiring Goldman Sachs bankers. It went from. It's just so far away. Maybe we talked about this before. Maybe the ear slugs, like the brain slug. It happens to all of them. They go into that meeting and they come back out corporate puppets. I'm thinking brain slugs. He got invited to the cave. They gave him the brain slug, and he came out a corporate pup.
I mean, they could have just gave him scopolamines and been like, "Go out there and do this."
I mean, most likely they just offered him a huge amount of power and an insane amount of money. But at the end of the day, like, dude, quick.
I was just joking, but I mean, in reality, though, they really could just give you scopolamines in your drink and tell you to go do something, and you would have no memory of it at all. I mean, that's a real drug. It's called devil's breath in South America. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying it could happen.
Doing this on purpose, but it's just. You ever feel like you're, like you didn't put up any fight, did you? There, man. Like you just rolled right over. Like holy crap! I mean, to the point where you're in 2020, you're hiring Goldman Sachs bankers for the people, the Democrat. Come on, dude. After the banking bailout. And Biden's right behind you. He's hiring fossil fuel execs. Like, what is it?
Well, let's just say that you've been had. That you just thought there was a Republican and a Democrat, and that there was a difference. So that's the mistake you made.
I shouldn't have looked this far into it. I just should have agreed and been like, yeah, I guess it seems corrupt, but all right.
They offered you the blue pill, and you decided to start looking into things, man. And you could have been one of their cult members. Could have been somebody.
Yeah. If you're willing to soft shoe, you are fuck, man. That straight to the top. Especially like a person of color, if you're willing to be a puppet a little, oh my God. I mean, anything you want. If you're willing to tout on stage and just kind of be, like I said.
Well, notice how they're not jamming Kamala Harris down our throats anymore.
But I mean, that's like.
Didn't she drop out? Like, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure she dropped out.
If you're willing to put your brothers and sisters right on slave plantations, right, work people that you know aren't guilty of any crime, your black brothers and sisters, us, if you are willing, right, to do that, then you can go straight to the top. You can be DA.
Yeah. And on that note, here's an article that Joe Biden's brother Frank owes a dead man's family $1 million for an 80-mile-per-hour car crash, but his brother has never paid a cent in 20 years, and the Democratic candidate has done nothing to help. So, I mean, if that's saying what type of person Biden is, like...
Well, he's tied into the Ukraine deals, too. They were shoveling money through him on the side.
Right. Yeah, right. That's exactly why it drew the whole thing with Trump wanting to investigate Biden in Ukraine.
Which is weird. Like, I don't understand why the Democrats went the Ukraine route knowing that they had so much dirty dealings in the Ukraine. Now, I mean, I guess there isn't anywhere in the world where a little bit of looking and you see Democratic corruption. But what I'm saying is so close, like the Bidens, all of it, like, why would that be the horse that that you beat for so long when you knew that there were other things, the attack in Iran, there were other things you probably could have pushed that were much more damning, taxes, money shit. There was stuff that you could have really looked into, but you went after the one thing that your like front runner or assumed front runner was connected with. That just seems like a bad idea. Like, if you're gonna try to go after corruption, why did you pick the one of the many? But why did you pick one that you were so closely connected to? I mean, it was.
I don't think they have a choice. That's the thing. Like, I think that they were just able to run it in Ukraine, and they couldn't run it anywhere else. It's just a matter of.
This is the best of the Democratic Party here. I mean, don't you see it?
And also, in the same regard, they overthrew the Ukrainian government with Victoria Nuland's famous "fuck the EU" speech.
Yeah, I mean, it was an operation. I mean, it was a great opportunity to get in, on the ground floor of an operation. I mean, you're looking to take over some countries. You see who called in. It was all the classiest people in the government.
Yeah. And again, the whole Victoria Nuland, fuck the EU. That's when they were discussing about going forward with a coup plan, and they're saying wait for the EU to basically give permission for the go ahead, and she was like, "Fuck the EU."
Yeah, well, that's because we're the empire. We're obviously in control, so we established that as the empire that can come into their territory and do whatever the hell they want. We want.
Yeah.
And then they really don't have anything to say about it. Plus, they're in NATO. I mean, come on, it's all part of the plan.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really sad when you look into the Ukraine situation and you see that there was snipers that were shooting at not only the police and the protesters, but it's like, it's so obvious that they ran a coup in Ukraine, and that people were basically just used as cannon fodder, to make it legitimate, and they killed activists and police as well. And these people were just thrown to the wolves. They had no chance to survive. They were just a casualty of the coup plan. So.
Yeah, well, let's see who all our other friends: El Chapo, Saddam, Bin Laden. I mean, I'm not saying
wasn't El Chapo
guys,
killed?
but it's like all our friends end up going down at the end.
Wasn't El Chapo killed in prison?
No, I think he's still alive. I think he's in that MCC unit where Epstein was.
I thought he was killed.
And so
I
is,
thought I saw that there was one of the drug leaders was killed. I thought it was El Chapo. Might not have been him, but I thought it was.
you know who else is at that New York was at Avenatti. That just got tangled up in all this. Damn, what do you call it? Well, kind of what they were going after Trump for. Russia stuff, alleged Russia stuff.
Did we lose Terrence?
Yeah, there's a message in the.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, he said he had to go real quick, and he would be back.
Okay.
So.
All right.
But yeah, I'm just going through looking at news here. This is kind of breaking. 5-year-old girl allegedly raped on the U.S. Embassy grounds in India. Okay, cool, India.
What?
Yeah.
Wait,
Fucking bizarre,
somebody
man.
was raped in an embassy?
They said that a 5-year-old girl was allegedly raped in the living quarters of a local staff of the U.S. Embassy in India's capital.
That's horrible.
Sick shit.
And there've been a lot of people dying over there after that law they passed. They're about ready to go to civil war.
Oh yeah. That's the protest that were going on about. They passed a law in India basically saying that all Indians from like the 1970s or some shit were allowed to stay, and everybody else had to leave. And they wouldn't get citizenship. And I was like, wow, that's fucked. Like you had.
There's like a billion people in that country. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's crazy. There's other stipulations to that law. The Anonymous Bites Back Asia team went through it during one of the episodes recently, but I don't really fully know it, so I don't want to really talk about it fully. But one of the stipulations was like you had to have been born in like the 1975 70s or 75, or had a relative that was in the 1970s or 75, and had to have been a citizen of India since then to remain in the country.
So where do they expect everybody to go? Sri Lanka, Pakistan? No, they aren't going to go to Pakistan.
I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's crazy, right? Absolutely nuts. But people were protesting it, and there was videos that we got leaked of the protesters being shot by police. Like, fucking brutal, man.
Yeah.
Well, the Hindus and the Muslims don't get along in some areas. Yeah.
Neither do the. Yeah, there's a few religions out there. They don't. A lot of them don't get along out there.
Tyler's the expert now on that region of this.
Yeah.
Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
You can close to him.
I know Hindus are pretty peaceful. It's just that there are. I don't know. I'm not an expert on the whole Hinduism, but I know there's a lot of subsects of Hinduism. So it's not just like you say somebody's a Hindu, that kind of covers it. I mean, there's like tons of, like Christianity, tons of variations.
Yeah.
I think there's like 22 million deities that's in their religion. So quite a bit. Something like that. Should we talk about Segan or no?
Yeah, I really do want to get into that. Domala was a friend of mine. So the Cyber Guerrilla Anonymous Network, or CGAN, is now shut down because the guy who's running the website, who is known as Domala, was arrested, and a lot of people are feeling this because he's been around for fucking years. and has always helped a lot of different operations and people in general. So
It's because of that whole server thing in Germany that went down.
yeah, that's another situation. This has to do with helping the yellow vest. Wish Mark was on so he could give a little bit more details on it. But this had to do with helping yellow vest and a investigation in France. So that's another situation that he is under.
Yeah, I noticed the IRC is gone. The website's gone.
I would not even visit it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said that the website and IRC and all that was under the control of Fed, so I would not even test it and visit it at all, unless you're using fucking Tor behind multiple VPNs and proxies. Wouldn't even touch it. Like it's like saying that the Silk Road is rated and you want to go visit the Silk Road just to give them your IP. It's like because they're going to go after other people for this. Like they're not only going to go after Damala, they're going to go after everybody else that was involved over there. For sure, it's always the same fucking basic things with these federal raids. It's they go after somebody they consider to be a quote unquote leader, and then they try to get other people involved, and they collect as much information as possible, IPs, browser information, all that shit, to try to trace people down.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a real sad thing because a lot of people knew Damala, and really running a website is not illegal. It's like it's really not illegal to run a fucking website. And then they're trying to say that they're responsible for all of the data that was posted on there. It doesn't work like that, guys. Like, there's no way that you could say that one person is responsible for all the data that's posted on a website. There are protections against that, and that's exactly what they were trying to do with Kim.com. When he was, and actually he is currently going through his trial, but yeah, it's really fucking ridiculous that they're trying to pin everything that happened on the CGAN website on Dama.
I didn't see the
Just
rest
because you're
coming.
posting it.
I didn't see that coming.
Well, we thought we had it under control in Germany. Somebody was helping to get that situation straightened out, and to make sure that they had legal representation for Damala. But the France authorities did something. I don't know what they did, and then I have no further information on the case besides what the pastebin said. But if anybody knows, you can reach out anonymously, obviously, and feed information. It would be helpful to the panel, and if you want the information public, we could do that, or just keep it private back channels. But I think everybody wants to know what the fuck's going on here, and we're all like a little bit worried about Damala, number one, and then also worried about the repercussions of people who use this site, and VPN and all that jazz, because we want to know what exactly they're fishing for. Essentially, like, what are the feds fishing for in France? Is this just against the Yellow Vest movement, or what exactly is going on here? Because CGAN has been used for years. It hasn't only just been used for protest of the Yellow Vest movement in France. So, what the fuck is going on?
Don't know.
see if we can some more topics here to discuss. Amazon. There we go. Amazon has to pay its federal income taxes for the first time since 2016. And they paid a total of 1.2% tax rate on their billions of dollars in profit.
Yeah, of course. You know, one of these days they're gonna get into trouble. I know they will. For all of that shit. I mean, they have like a surplus of like a couple billion, or they said that they didn't, but then they ended up for like the last 2 years they didn't pay any income tax. Right? Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, since 2016 they haven't. And the other thing is, like, people that should laugh about this, the other thing is that Trump slashed corporate taxes rates by 21%. But still, many companies underpaid that 21%. Like, you know, it's like these big companies that get away with fucking tax evasion. And then they come after like the little people, like, and say you're not paying your taxes. Like,
yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Bezos is gonna get in trouble for that shit.
Yeah. The thing is, he's not. You know why? He has deals with the Department of Defense and fucking CIA and all of them. You know, if he's going to get in trouble for any of it, it would have happened already. It's like he's not going to get in trouble for it.
Wow.
There's no reason to put him in trouble for it. You know, he controls so much. He's too big to fail as a human being. Like, you know, fuck the banks of where you say too big to fail for the banks. You know, Jeff Bezos is too big to fail. Here's an interesting story that I don't know if a lot of people saw. Long Island pimp admits he turned his parents' basement into a sex dungeon.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like what? Exactly. Like, man 48 admits to running a prostitution ring out of his sex dungeon in his parents' basement, where he kept 20 women plied with crack, cocaine, and heroin. It's like, oh, you ran that out of your parents' basement, but they didn't fucking know the entire time that there was 20 women in your goddamn basement? Like, what? First off, you know, how big is this fucking basement? 20 fucking women, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Fucking nuts. That's crazy. I like this one from Military Times. Space Force troops won't be called spacemen. after blowback from the term spacemen and space cadets, Pentagon officials said they have officially declared that they will not use the word spacemen and space cadets for describing Space Force.
I always you remember not that was that movie with where they're fighting the bugs.
Eight-legged movie.
Yeah, what was it? Yeah, what was that movie called? The Space Troopers.
Eight-legged freaks.
Oh, Space Troopers. Where you know the one where like they
Oh,
go
Space Troopers.
Yeah.
Ship Troopers.
Yeah.
Sorry about Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers. Yeah, that's what they should be called. Starship Troopers. There you go. Fighting bugs on alien worlds.
Yeah, it would have been cooler if they would have called it the Global Defense Force or Galactic Defense Force or something like
Battlestar
that.
Galactica.
You would have been able to pick out a lot.
Yeah, you see, Trump's not that smart. He just went, I want Space Force.
Space Force would be great. People are already talking about it. They're saying it's huge.
Idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were gonna first of all, we had NASA already. You could just fund that.
Yeah, but you see, NASA is just it's a front. It always has been. There's been over the years, there's been several attempts to create a military space program, and they've all been canceled. So they say, but I don't think it's been canceled. I think they've been running it, and now they're kind of like disclosing it, like, oh yeah, well, no, we got space. The thing is, like, they had the Navy space program, they had the Army space program, and they had the I said Army and Navy. What was the other one? Air Force.
Yeah, thank you.
Space,
Thank
right.
you. I wasn't gonna say anything, but no, and we've talked about this before.
I always assumed that, like I always assumed that Air Force would still, like, eventually, if it became like a space agency or that the or military, a space bearing race. I just assumed that the Air Force would still track the satellites that they've been doing, and that and in most movies about the future, it's the Navy that gets the space, because they would be called the USS whatever, so it was like the Navy that would get so it didn't make any sense to me when, like, everything I know about movies and the way things are, like, we get another agency that has nothing to do with any of the other ones.
And
there's
Air Force
Navy.
Go ahead.
Real quick. There's actually a Navy space program.
Agency.
Like, it's existed since at least the 1960s, when the video first came out, and there was a report in the New York Times years ago where they were saying, in, I think it was the 1960s, maybe 70s, that they were saying that they wanted to develop a military space program.
Well, we started like our space program started as a Navy program. So Werner von Braun had got here, brought the rocket, the rockets all out. It was absorbed by the Army. When that happened, he started pushing for NASA, and that didn't take off. What ended up happening was the Navy took over, built their first rocket, and it exploded in like epic fashion. At the same time, Russia got a couple more rockets off, sent a dog into space, and they gave it to von Braun, and that was when the Saturn V and all that, and our NASA system took over. But that being said, the Air Force has handled our space, through Strategic Space Command forever. Like, we've got it under control as far as what's needed for blowing stuff out of the sky. We are not at war with space. There is no threat of invasion. At the most we have to do is keep ourselves from being hit by solar flares and random, space objects. So that's really where our defense came in. It's just so unneeded. It's just unneeded.
There was also a Air Force guy who said that he pointed out on Twitter that the logo for Space Force and the logo for the U.S. Air Force Space Force is the same thing.
It's the same logo. And the Air Force one was, and the Air Force, the space, like the Air Force Strategic Space Command was based off of the Star Trek logo.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Right. Same as like they came out with the official uniform for Space Force, which is a forest camo. Forest camo normal fatigues. And then you look at like SpaceX and all of the other space like civilian space agencies that have like amazing uniforms and spacesuits, because you're in space. What are you planning on blending in with? The trees on the moon?
That would be a better color for Space Force uniform.
Yeah, and there are some other, the Air Force uniform for their Strategic Space Command is super cool. If you ever get to see one, it is super cool. I'm going to say Air Force uniforms in general are the best looking uniforms. Just throwing that out there.
Now, black uniforms would be bad. Black uniforms are always bad.
Those are always the bad guys.
It's a bad color,
It just we do need to explore space. We do, but it needs to be exploration. Like, come on, this hasn't worked on Earth. What makes you think it's going to work on space? And space is big. It's space. Like you're not. If another species comes to the other side of the universe, don't point your pow-pows at them.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know
I
what?
think it's already happened, to be honest.
Well, allegedly.
Yeah,
You know, what I don't get is like this.
Well,
This branch is
remember-
supposed to be like a new military branch, though. You don't
Yeah.
start like another branch, you know, unless there's some kind of conflict or, you know.
Well, if there isn't
why
one,
would you
they'll
need
make
another
one.
branch of the military?
Yeah, I mean, if there isn't
Because
one,
they're
they'll
trying to
make one.
weaponize space. That's the thing. They've been trying to do it for years. Under Ronald Reagan, they tried to do it too with the Project Star Wars.
Oh, you look. Pretty soon here, we're going to get a random message from somewhere in the universe from an unknown, faceless enemy that we need to spend all our money to build weapons against. You watch. They're going to tell us something crazy. Oh, they're on their way. It's going to be 100 years before they get here. So we need to build a big an army as we need to build a wall around the planet. Right? You watch. Because that's the problem. All of our enemies now on the planet, right? All of the enemies that they're trying to get us to fight now all have faces. You can contact people in Iran. You can see them saying, "Hey, please don't blow me up." Right? You can see them. They have faces. They need to build a new enemy with no face, no name, something far away that is the biggest threat that you've ever seen.
And something that a alt media guy with a camera can't fuck them up on, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be
nobody to refute what they're saying, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be huge.
I
It just
will
has to be
send
it just has to be a
camera
signal.
into space.
Well, no, that's the deal. It just has to be a signal, right? We got a random signal from space. There's definitely something out there, and we are scared as fuck of it.
It started mumbling to us in an unknown language.
It doesn't have to. You just have to say that it was an alien, and we immediately think of like TV shit, and somehow that's reality any more than any TV shit you've ever seen before. But they will buy into that wholeheartedly, and rather than think that there's like that the only things that act like this on our planet are us and viruses, right? They will immediately go to some alien movie, and yeah, they'll give them trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars to build for an enemy that does not exist. And they'll tell you outside of your lifespan that it's going to be there, right? 120 years, 130 years.
There's reports of gray activity of grays dissecting humans and dissecting cows and shit like that, like mutilating them. There's pictures that are very, very graphic that I do not think a human being did it. I mean, it could maybe because there are sick people out there, but some of this shit, like I've seen like organs fucking out of the body.
Yeah,
like,
but even then, like if they if they stop and chop up a cow every once in a while, they still wouldn't equal the millions of people that we've done weird science experiments at. If they abduct a fucking, anything out there, we've like made like several animals extinct this week alone. Like extinct, like erased from existence. Right? Like I'm trying.
I don't know about that.
Oh yeah, that little marsupial we lost. It was the first mammal the first land mammal to go completely extinct in the last little bit. But yeah, it was a little marsupial.
In Australia?
Yeah, I think these fires shut him down.
It wasn't the I can't remember what the fuck it's called, but
I'm kind of confused. Like, what are we scared that the aliens are going to do? Are they going to poison our planet or kill us? I mean, we're doing all of that. Like, I don't know what you're going to. You can't get very much worse.
No, what it is it's an existential threat to the dominance of government. That's the problem. See, when they're no longer needed or they can no longer claim to be the top guy, they got a problem.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Iraq right now, if you're in Afghanistan right now, and some ominous alien voice comes over and says, "We will destroy your militaries," right? If you're in Syria, you're like, "Good, yes, awesome, thank fucking God, somebody's gonna do something about this." We will attack all military sites simultaneously. Oh, thank goodness. This will really take some weight off of us in Bolivia and Chile. Thank you. Right? Like, what exactly are they planning on threatening us with? We're at like extinction level event at this point. It seems a bit redundant, don't you?
that wasn't the the animal you're talking about going extinct, it wasn't the Kyoko, was it?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up here to be honest with you. Like I've seen like when I mean you guys kind of know like I go through just a non-stop nightmare of the animal abuse that we put on this planet.
That's your job as Captain Planet.
Oh, I know, and it breaks my guys. It breaks my heart every single time. Like just watching what's going on around us, like breaks my heart. You guys see the pH balance on our like oceans is so high now, it's melting the shells off of the crab. Like we are really fucking this up.
So if the pH doesn't get you, the radiation will.
Oh yeah, and I mean the radiation is just pouring out of Fukushima. That dome that's out in the Pacific is just waiting to collapse. There's another island right next to it that's just got as much Agent Orange as you can think about. Think of as much Agent Orange in barrels as you can think about, and that's how many are on this island. And they're just like they're all these old 1940s fucking barrels just rusting through, going right into the ocean. And these are the same places where every single sea turtle on the planet right now has these giant tumors. You know, some of them are so bad now that they can't eat every single one of them. Unrelated populations, they have no contact with each other. Just these huge fucking tumors on them. And like when you see the pictures, they're normally either edited or like when we would fly over, when you're far away, all you see is the cute little and it's like a horror movie, right? You're swimming along these beautiful fucking animals, right? These just amazing sea turtles, and then the closer you get, you see that they're all they've got these gigantic sores and tumors all over them, every single one, the little baby ones, all of them. And I'm sure that has nothing to do with the island that you've got, Monsanto products leading directly into the fucking water, right? You got Agent Orange leading directly. I'm sure those are not connected, but man, it fucking kills me. It kills me. That was like one of the most heartbreaking experiences of my life, was going to save these fucking turtles and knowing that every single one that we pulled out the water was dying of this. Everyone. On our way to Plastic Island, like we dove down in the water and we went for a good 50, 60 miles and nothing. No life whatsoever. Like nothing. Oh, like that sludge that's at the bottom of shit. No pretty, no coral, no animal, not even sharks, a couple of jellyfish here or there. And just as far as you could swim, just death. You'd see dead fish and dead whales and this and that. And not even the animals that used to come and clean them up will come over there anymore. The water's just toxic. We had to get rid of all of our scuba gear because the ports, when we cut back in, wouldn't let us take it back on land.
Yeah, contaminated or something? Or?
Yeah, because of the shit that lives in that water, right? If it contaminates like good water, it just starts growing out of fucking control. So there's all sorts of enzymes and the amoebas and crap that live in there, the flesh eating and brain eating bacteria, is the only thing that lives in that crap. So you can't bring it back onto shore. Like they will freak out. Like we had to fucking burn them and have the other parts of them sealed up in these boxes and then gotten rid of. And it's crazy. You'll see right next to the water that it's as radiated as it can possibly get. Like people will be fishing in the water and everything. And you ask them and they're like everybody I know dies of cancer. Like it's only a matter of time. Yeah, it's messed up. And I mean, yeah, it's just fuck, it drives me crazy because people will get so distracted that they can't see the forest and the trees. Like they'll look at it and we can argue about water temperatures or water level, right? And people will argue about that and just completely ignore them behind you pumping chemicals into the water. Right? Like people will, I'll never march with you because you believe that the earth is getting hotter and I don't. But the fracking company is poisoning you either way. Either way. No, it doesn't matter what the ocean temperatures are, right? The fracking chemicals, the fracking shit in the air is still killing you, poisoning your water, all of that. But yet we will rip each other apart on an open ocean temperature. right? The ocean temperature is definitely an issue. I feel, well, that's fine. We can argue about it, right? But the huge algae blooms that have pretty much choked off the entire Gulf of Mexico, right? That has nothing to do with the ocean temperature. You can't fish in there anymore. Nothing lives in there. The fucking, the crabs are eaten through. The ones that exist, that manages to live through them. The constant fucking oil spills that you tried to claim never happened to begin with. But we will tear each other apart over an ocean temperature. Enough that you'll ignore like the nightmare that's going on around it. And chances are by taking the corruption out of the system, you'll fix the ocean temperature problem.
We just have to pay more taxes to Al Gore, and this will all go away.
Oh yeah, maybe he can write a book. Oh, it drives, yeah. And fuck, right now is like the age of celebrity activists, and fuck, it's like it just drives me. It's like, this is just a PR campaign. Y'all aren't doing shit.
Is that what they say? It's the age? Well, they better get fucking busy. I mean, I see a few of them out there, but I mean, if this is the age of it, they better get busy.
Oh yeah, it's the new hip thing to do, right? Give a speech about how much you care about climate change. You doing anything about it? No. In fact, I took 3 private jets out over here just to
I remember
to
reading
make
that.
this speech.
Yeah. Also, Greta Thunberg, she like fucking patent the movement, like what?
The what did she patent? The environmental, or the climate change movement, or what movement did she patent?
Movement. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Look, there's people out there that have the anonymous name patent. What am I going to do? It's copywritten. What are you going to do?
I can think of some things. I mean, like.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. It's just whatever. Like I see so many of these movements come and go, and not a lot get done. A lot of people sell books. A lot of people sell clothing. A lot of people sell T-shirts. Lots of marches. Never talks people into bending over and picking up a water bottle. Like, why are you having these big fucking speeches and not just giving a speech while you walk down the beach picking up plastic? You got 100,000 people here listening to you make a fucking speech, and they're not doing anything. Right, like having a rally that goes nowhere, and you march down the street, march down and fucking do something. Like you got a fucking army here, and all you did was march down the street and hold a sign. Like, get to work.
Well, I think they wear everybody out. I mean, this goes for both sides. It's like, I mean, you have all these events, man. You expect people to like literally fly across the country for stuff. I mean, you're burning them out physically. You're burning out their bank account. It's like, and like you say, if you're gonna do that, then do something.
Yeah, I see a lot, and that's with all of these issues. Veterans homelessness, like so much talking, so much funds being raised, so many fucking committees and boards and all, and they just never get around to buying veterans out. Marches, we're all gonna wear a ribbon to raise awareness about veterans homelessness. You spent $100 million on ribbons, and you did not buy any veterans homes. We're going to start a new advertising campaign to inform people about veterans homelessness. Spent $100 million on an advertising campaign. You didn't buy any veterans houses? I'm glad everybody knows now.
Yeah, that's a great point to fucking put out there. That they spend so much money on these advertising campaigns that the money could have actually went towards the goal that they want to accomplish.
Yeah, it's like it does my head in. Because eventually, like right now, we're in the mode of like we have to stop polluting. But like that's just the start. We got to clean up this nightmare. Like the stop doing it is not enough. Like we got to rebuild this whole thing. We got to start cleaning our water, right? And that's going to be a huge endeavor. We got like just as much to do on the other end of it after we just get them to stop doing. And that's not even like part of the conversation yet. Like cleaning up this mess isn't even part of the conversation yet.
No, they're not through dumping shit. I mean, come on. I mean, just that alone costs money just to dump the stuff. You want us to clean it up?
Yeah, and like right before we make it like some of these chemicals completely illegal, that's when you'll see the biggest dump because they'll say, "Hey, we'll eat the fines." You know, $10 million fine, man. I made $1 trillion off of this shit. 10 million. Want that in cash, check, or Bitcoin? How you want that?
Bitcoin,
But that's
definitely Bitcoin with that one. I mean, fuck.
That's what I think they're probably doing in both Africa and China right now is just getting rid of all of the chemicals that are illegal for them to sell in the West now, and they got to get rid of them. But they'll make money off of that end of it too. They will hook you up with such a sweet deal because not only are they making money off of it, but then they also don't have to pay to have it to have it disposed of. And if they're in, like when you look at Monsanto, it's bare Monsanto now. So we can spray all of China with the chemicals that we know cause cancer. And guess what? We happen to have the new treatment for it. Right, so they're going to make money off it all the way around, getting rid of these chemicals. And they'll be the first one to show up. You got a problem? Spray your people with this.
Give them this vaccine.
Yeah. Hey, isn't this the shit that killed everybody back home? Yeah. Just shut up and take the shot.
Speaking of taking a shot.
I agree with vaccinations, right? Like I'm not an anti-vaxxer, 100%. But Bill Gates did like poison all of those Africans with subpar fucking vaccines. Y'all forget that?
Not only that, though, I mean, the polio vaccine gave people cancer. The thing is and the swine flu vaccine gave people brain problems. Because the thing is with these vaccines, the first couple people who are injected with them are the guinea pigs. It's like the first people who opt to get vaccinated, right? Those are the guinea pigs that you are being tested on to know if the vaccine works for the rest of the population. And if it doesn't, then everybody has a problem. And I just wanted to say, before you jump in, is that the UK government is now threatening people, saying that that they could introduce a law that would make it so if you spread anti-vaccine information, even truth, about anti-vaccines, and I'm not saying that I'm an anti-vaxxer, but I believe in that very sparingly get vaccines for things. I don't think that you need to constantly inject your body with foreign materials, but the UK government is now threatening people, saying that if you spread fake information about vaccines, they can jail you and throw you in prison for X amount of years. So I think that's a really good topic to get into because it was just recently discussed.
Yeah, thought crimes. I mean, the deal is I'm pro-vaccination. I think we all got to get vaccinated. But that's a different question than are the people that run our vaccinations some evil, corrupt, profit-driven psychopaths. And that is also correct. So the thing is, would they willingly let 2,000 people die? 2% of the population. 2% of the people that get vaccinated. 0.05. We can make a couple extra $100 million off of that. Would they do that? Oh yeah. Come on. Like you can't look at me and tell me that our pharmaceutical companies give a fuck about us. You cannot tell me that. So that runs us with two separate problems. Do we need to get vaccinated? Yep. Do vaccinations work? Yep. Are these people fucking psychopaths that will let, innocent people die for profit? Yep. And those things should not be. We should not have people that don't give a fuck about us running our medical system. Right? We should not, and this is not things that are hidden. There's been plenty of stuff leaked. There's been plenty of real information, investigations, journalistic reports that have told you that the pharmaceutical companies do not give a shit about you and have said our goal is to make profit, not heal anyone. They've said that.
And the other thing about vaccines is that the adjuvants that they use are metallics to trigger the vaccine inside your body when it's injected, right? But the thing is, the adjuvants that they're using metallics, and these metallics are admittedly not safe for the human body. I've discussed it several times, citing the U.S. NIH Society, National I think it's National Internet. Fuck. Something health organization. Okay, but the thing is that they've admitted it and said that the metallics are not safe for human consumption, and that they don't know the effects of these metallics that are neurotoxins. They've admitted they're neurotoxins.
Well, and there's other things that we know that we're not putting research in that we should be putting research in. Look, if it's this, the vaccines are an issue, like, our health in general is a real issue now. Why are we not funding and putting research money into getting our immune system so you don't get sick? And that research is out there and being done, but it's so underfunded that they can, it's not like they can move forward. We'll give billions in subsidies to a pharmaceutical company rather than put $1 billion into the research to make sure nobody gets sick. Because if nobody gets sick, well, then you're not needed anymore.
Profits. Right.
Yeah, there's no more, like, if you cure any disease, that's it. Right? They're not going to make any more money out of that. Is why you don't see, you give me $100 million, you give me $100 billion, I'll make sure nobody on the planet gets sick anymore. If that's research into getting your immune system strong, that could be done. They won't spend anywhere near that, but they'll give $100 billion in subsidies to Bayer. No doubt.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because Bayer just produces these, and they have for years since when they were involved with Nazi Germany. They produce these deadly medicines. They got caught selling hemophiliac medicine that was infected with AIDS to people in both the U.S. and the UK. So, I mean, if that doesn't say that they don't give a fuck, I don't know what does.
Yeah, and that's where it gets into a problem, because you can believe that, yes, we need this, we need vaccines, and we need to keep from getting sick. But on the same note, this is a fucking psychopath that is stemmed from a long line of psychopaths all the way back to a bunch of fucking Nazis. This is a problem.
No boy, and then on the other document. What does this say?
Uh-oh.
Give us the gist, Alamo. Give us the gist. I can't read it. Like, it's too small.
Oh, yeah, I can't.
Well, you're on a phone, so you could probably...
Matt Getz is going after Pelosi for ripping up the speech.
Boy, that's probably going to cost us. It's not like going after these people is, like, free, right? It's going to cost us millions of dollars to go nowhere.
Hey, she's breaking the law, man. Got to hold her accountable.
Yeah, she ripped up some paper.
She ripped up paper. It's breaking the law.
And I mean, it's something that bothers me, because the throwing shade thing with the clap that she did before, it's a great 2-second social media post moment, but in actuality, you got nothing done. If you need a list of treaties and bogus ass contracts that need to be ripped up, I can give you a list.
Well, this is an actual constitutional function. I'm all for this. This is one of the few times I'm going to, be for something like that. But got to hold these Democrats accountable. They're running rogues, man.
The most egregious of crimes. They ripped up a paper. How dare you, sir? How dare you?
I got to have some standards here.
Yeah, like I said, if you guys need a list of paperwork that needs to be immediately ripped up, I have a couple. You can start with the Patriot Act. Get to ripping. Unconstitutional as fuck. You're almost required, compelled to rip it up.
Well, they've done all the constitutionality they can handle for a while. They've been spewing that shit for about 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, they're tired of it. It's back to normal.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like that lawsuit is going to cost us a lot and probably not go anywhere.
Yeah, this is like an internal. Well, I don't know what. There's a legal aspect to it too, I suppose. But
is she going to have to unrip it? Can you take? What if you get it out the trash and tape it back up? Is that acceptable?
Oh no. Well, I mean, you could do that, but I mean, it doesn't. You know how it is. It doesn't negate the fact.
It doesn't fix it.
Did it?
I do it in like silver 100-mile-an-hour tape.
You rob a bank and then looking like you're going to get caught, you go back in and give them back the money. It's not going to work.
Okay. Yeah. But I thought it would be more like if you if you like spray painted a fence and you went and painted back over it quick.
Yeah, that'd be okay.
Like when you see the shit that's going on in the world, you have to think: do any of you have time for this? Like, do you not have anything important to do? Is there nothing going on? Like, no bills you want to sign, or this is top priority.
Well, they signed the NDAA. Trump signed an executive order saying you can't say anything bad about the Semites. They got plenty of time for shit like that.
Yeah, and that was like that, like the whole with Bibi being indicted here. Am I still required to support them in the no boycott law, or how does that
It's a
that work?
joke.
Because I want to make sure that you know that I'm not violating something. So now I have to support unknown criminal, or how does that work?
Here's the best way to look at it. They are God's chosen supremacists. Okay, I mean, if that doesn't lay it out for you, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's between you and God. What I want to know is, do I have to buy this hummus, or can I get some of the Palestinian stuff that isn't built on apartheid and genocide? Just trying to find out exactly what I'm supposed to do with this hummus here.
Look, if you don't buy their shit, you're an anti-Semite. All right, that's all there is to it.
Okay.
And you have
In
to
other
solely buy their
news-
stuff. You know, and you can't say anything bad about them or anything they're doing or anything bad about Israel or Judaism or anything. You just need to sit down and shut up. You know?
Fair enough. I just wanted to make sure I knew what the rules were.
Yeah, this
And
is wrong thing.
How long?
You don't want to be prosecuted for wrong thing. Not going to
No,
turn out good.
they'll lock you up right away. Hey, can you
got
stop
it.
murdering those people? That's anti-Semitic. No, I thought murdering people was super anti-Semitic. Am I the only one? I thought the most anti-Semitic thing you could do was genocide.
Well, it's okay if you're a Zionist. Now, once again, look, I explained this to you. They're God's chosen supremacists. What aren't you understanding about that?
Just like if God has something he needs to explain to me, I'm right here. Like, you don't have to do the third party thing.
In other news, the Russians or somebody hacked CNN and put a singing, dancing bear. I don't know, man. I don't understand what's going on there. I don't even know if that's a hack, but if it is, that is a fucking epic hack. Thank you.
Yeah, good on you guys. Good on you.
Isn't
Something
Wolf
needs to
Blitzer
be
like
said about
ex-CIA or?
it's like the bear is supposed to explain the Iowa election confusion, and yeah, I don't know how that explains that, CNN. I think you guys really need to rehire and get rid of some of the people that you have because it's not working.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, look, or you're gonna have to step it up because look, at this level of shit fuckery, you guys need to step up your propaganda, all right? Because it's not going well. It's you got to keep up with the times, and
Yeah,
you're
and I'm
using the
not
same old bag of tricks that you've been using for 150 years. You know,
I just don't understand who at the editorial board was like, all right, yeah, guys, this will be great. Well, let's put a singing bear on and say that this explains the Iowa election confusion.
well, that had to come down from corporate, man. That was a huge decision, and you know the troopers just need to push it, man. You know, I mean, it could be the stupidest idea there's ever been, but it came from the top. So.
I'm under the impression that it's really a dead media, you know, that people really don't believe what they see on TV, what they hear on CNN, like they really do. We were talking earlier, people research what they hear from social media, what they hear from their YouTubers, what they hear from things on this show. You fact check what you hear from the news.
Well,
right? Because you know that they're you know that they're lying
bear
to you.
there, whatever that is. How do I fact check that fucker, man?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it really is people don't believe what the news is telling them. You know, they'll watch it for the soundbite or for whatever so they can talk about it, but they're not buying what you're selling them, right? They go for social media for that. And I see that being kind of what you saw between, you know, print media and TV media, you know, where we changed from that. that this is really the end of what we used to know as, you know, the you know, Walter Cronkite news media. That's gone. It's over. It's dead.
Well, wait. So you mean that the fact checkers on Facebook, you know, that they're not media?
What, Breitbart? No.
Breitbart's not a fact checker on
Yes,
fucking.
they are. Yes,
No,
they
they're
are.
not.
Are they a
Yes, they
third-party
are.
fact? I don't think they are. No.
No, they're
you
not.
have to be a complete shit stain to be a third-party fact checker.
I'm
or,
telling you
Yeah.
guys.
or
I'm
other
telling
because
you
you're gonna have
guys.
to lie a lot for Facebook and Twitter and all.
I'm telling you guys. Breitbart is a fact checker on Facebook. I'm not shitting you, man.
Really?
I'm not making
Wow.
it up.
Okay, I gotta go look now. Hold on.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
gotta
come
look
on,
that
man.
up. That sounds a little far fetched there, but
I think they get fact checked a lot on Facebook.
yeah.
I'm telling you.
Well, we all know how credible Snopes
He's
is.
right. He's actually fucking right. Oh my god.
And you wonder why they took off all of the like black activists from fucking Facebook. I'm not shitting you guys.
Oh,
When I saw it too, I was like,
wait.
what?
No. I jumped the gun. No. No, they're not a fact checker. Mark Zuckerberg struggles to explain why Breitbart belongs on Facebook News.
Well, here, no, I think I have it here. Let me. I think here's the one where they're including it. I'll bring it over here. Oh,
It's messed up.
No, okay. I found the article here with all the list of their fact checkers. Anyway, they're fucking fact checkers. Just recently fact checked one of our articles on the Mind and Lead that the article we wrote about a potential coming second ice age is factually wrong. Because
that's not true. It happens once every 60,000 years.
they're fucking retarded. Like, oh wait, I just said the R word. Oops. All right, I got us banned. I'm sorry.
Fucking retarded. Retarded.
Wow.
The thing is, it's like no, it's really stupid. Like these guys who are doing fact checking, they have no idea how to use the internet and search for information. Like I can guarantee you on that.
They do Google
Like, I guarantee they don't know how to use Google Docs and actually search the internet for information. Anyway, they claimed and said that the reason why they said it was inaccurate was because NOAA, or the North American Oceanic
and
assessment. Atmospheric, yeah, that. Anyway, they said that they claimed that the temperatures were increasing, and then the thing is, the citation for this fucking article is NASA. Like, how stupid can you be?
No.
They're corrupted.
Ice ages happen regularly due to polar shifts, and that happens regularly. I think it's every 60 or 100,000 years.
Cycles.
There's natural cycles that happen, and I mean those things. I think people confuse, you know, things that are going on in our weather systems all the time. But no, we go through a natural cycle of ice age, of heating and
even
cooling.
NASA has published papers that are untrue. Remember their perpetual movement machine where they were using electricity to produce movement on
what?
Yeah. There was
Talking about
it was a predecessor to like what they were trying to call a warp drive engine. But, But it was totally like I talked to a guy who was a physicist, and he said that you would get movement, but we're talking less than a meter per second. You would never ever get to.
Are you guys talking about the ion drive?
The ion, yeah, that's it. Yeah,
the ion drive. China
yeah.
tested that shit. It worked.
It didn't
There,
go. It
you know,
didn't. It did, like from what I was told is that the thing wouldn't go faster than a couple meters in a second. Like it's slow as fuck. It's nothing like Star Trek.
well, at the time, okay, so at the time China tested it, there was a video that was leaked online of it. It was on like live leak at one point in time, and it actually fucking works.
Yeah, and
So
it does when you're dealing with it, it doesn't speed up. It's not like a a Star Trek trans warp or whatever, right? So it does over time. It gets you going faster and faster and faster and faster. But you start out relatively slow, and then you hit like your max speed about halfway to where you're going, and then you have to stop slowing down because it takes just as much energy to slow down as it does to get up to that
From
speed.
what I understand about quantum, about traveling at the speed of light, you would need almost infinite. That's why like the Star Trek kind of conception about space travel was like a little better because
It's folding the space in front of you. You're not actually traveling that fast.
exactly. Because you, in order to, if you were trying to like brute force it, just trying to go at the speed of light, you need almost infinite energy, and you would only get to like, I think 1/10 of the speed of light would be about the fastest, or no, 9/10 would be. You would never actually get there, and by that point, there is all sorts of unknowns. They don't know if you split up into atoms. They don't know a lot of stuff. But what they do know is that you would need infinite energy if you were trying to go at it the way that they were kind of describing it. So
Right. You'd need either infinite energy or no mass, right? The mass is what causes the problem. To move one atom at the speed of light would take all of the energy
Well,
in the universe.
mass really isn't really a concept. It's like infinite energy. Where do you get infinite energy? Even supernovas aren't enough. So it's like,
But a lot of that has to do with we've spent a lot of time running around in a circle like we are now and not on physics. So a lot of our physics break down right away, but mostly because we don't understand or are able to do any of the research involved in it. Chances are faster than light travel is more than possible. Chances are it's going to take us way longer to get there because, well, for whatever reasons, profit, the games that we play, but it will definitely hamstring us from reaching those kind of speeds and making those kind of
what's his name?
jumps.
That guy, that UFO guy that said that there was Bob Lazar, that there was stable unantonium, but it doesn't exist in our part of the universe.
yeah, right. And the thing is that if he wasn't telling the truth, he wouldn't be fucking chased down by.
Well, we can make unantonium in a lab, but it doesn't last for more than a trillionth of a second. Now, if we had a stable form of unantonium, which doesn't exist in our part of the universe, we might actually know what actual properties the element has. But we can't.
Well, same as.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, but we can't figure out the properties of the element if we can only examine it for 1/trillionth of a second. So we know.
Yeah,
it
and although
exists.
the name is super cool, it's not as impressive as it seems. In the name we like to build. But dark matter is another source of energy that's all around us. That there's way more of it than there is actual matter.
It's still theoretical, though. I mean, they've been Snow Lab, which is in, I think, Wisconsin or Canada or something. They've been trying to detect dark matter for ever. We know that it exists because of because there's not enough mass in the universe when they try and do the calculations. So they put up dark matter as a variable, but there's evidence that there is a dark matter, but we still haven't even found out what it is or why it exists. A lot of it has to do with how they think that the Big Bang had started, and there was there wasn't between normal matter and dark matter. There was the Big Bang they think happened because there was how much should I say this? More of one than the other, and that's how the Big Bang happened. Am I wrong? Or?
No, I mean, it's one of those things that there's a lot of extra. I think dark matter we've created in the lab.
Now No, antimatter we have.
Antimatter. Sorry, antimatter we've created in the lab, and that's like antimatter drives are another way for us to get quite a bit of power. It's expensive to make, but if your goal is to explore the universe, the expensive doesn't matter. But that's not really our goal. But antimatter is another power source. We're gonna have to. I mean, like I said, if you look at everything that's said about traveling about the speed of light, is the same things that they said about breaking the sound barrier. Is the same thing that they said about cars, right? That the air was going to move by so fast that you wouldn't be able to breathe, right? All the scientists, brilliant people all over the world believe this. Completely fictitious. When it comes to speed, we're always going to go faster. And chances are, when you hear, the you can't, chances are it can be done. It's just the want to do it. If we do ever get the ability to, make, gravity wells and things like that, we may be able to bend space in front of us and move faster than that. But yeah, we're just not putting any of the research into it. We'll make Space Force, right? We'll spend more to put nuclear weapons on satellites than we will in propulsion across the universe.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna achieve it, you're gonna have to change that dynamic and spend more on intergalactic propulsion than you do on nuclear weapon. We really don't need a supersonic nuclear weapon. It's not that impressive.
Yeah, why were they why was the United States Air Force testing out a ICBM that's going to be decommissioned next year?
Well, because the Russians came out and they had a supersonic nuclear weapon and an underwater nuclear weapon. Ooh, that's like having spinning rims. Underwater nuclear weapon.
Yeah, but that doesn't go as fast. Those things can be intercepted very easily.
Yeah, but it's underwater.
So, what is it, like an underwater torpedo, or is it surface, or is it water to air?
It's at a certain point. It's like, look, guys, we have all the nukes we need, all of them.
Yeah, I don't know. Nuclear weapons do have a purpose in this. Oh God, no! I'm having some upload stuff going on. Why? Okay, no, nuclear weapons do have a place in this world, but it would be in case we were bombarded with asteroids or a large object we need to push away. But as far as using it on the Earth, we're just going to kill ourselves.
Yeah, there's no reason to ever blow up and kill all the people on the planet, no matter how angry you are. That's just it's the murder suicide mentality that we should not have in our government. Well, if this happens, then we're going to kill everyone. All right, then you should not be in charge. Like that's
I think we learned.
Didn't
we learn during the 80s? When the whole movie came around. About the truth about nuclear war, and everybody was like, "Well, fuck nukes," and then we got rid of a whole bunch of them, and then so did Russia, and now everybody's starting to build back their armaments. It's like, did we not learn our lessons, or is this something we want to? Is this like a history lesson we want to repeat? Do we want another Hiroshima?
And there comes a point where it's just we're not. There was a time when if this happened, then we would have to. We would have to. That's the important word, right? If your king was disrespected, right, you have to go in and murder these people and rape these people and do this and do that. If this religious leader was disrespected, then you have to go and take this stuff and murder these people and do that. It's the same way that they tell you now. If a nuclear weapon goes off, you have to respond by destroying all of the world, right? The baby that's born that moment and has no idea what the fuck is going on has to die because we said so, right? And that's where I go into the problem. I'm not saying a nuclear attack on somewhere would be a huge travesty, right? But we would need to stand together and turn our backs on those people, hold the people responsible, all of that stuff. But your response to kill every innocent person on the planet because of it is fucking psychotic.
Well, shouldn't we be trying to convince China that to save the planet, they need to nuke themselves? It's for the planet.
Oh yeah, to stop the virus. To stop the virus. I'm
Yeah,
sure
it's
there's
their
somebody
duty.
with. I'm sure there's somebody with gold or brass or something on their chest that has ran that by the leadership already. Is this the time for the nuclear strike, sir?
It's the
Is this
final
it? Is
solution. Yeah,
this
you got to
it?
do
Is
it to
this the
yourself.
time?
We we need to bring it up at the UN, and then we could force them to push the resolution in.
I remember. I mean, I'm pretty sure the same person that came into the office and said, "If you tried nuking the hurricane," is the same people that probably came in and said, "Should we nuke the coronavirus?"
You don't know.
I imagine it's an Igor type. Like that's my. Is it now, sir? Is it now that we start a nuclear war? I've been looking forward to it.
It wasn't that Trump that said that we should nuke a hurricane or something like that. At least
Just
it
in
was
case.
reported that he said.
Because if there's one thing that Puerto Rico needs, it's to be radioactive as well.
Small chance.
Can we just nuke the hurricane?
Well, hey, look, let's give them options. They always want options. Well, here's an option.
Well, that was their excuse for the whole assassination thing, was that they gave the assassination as an option that they thought that nobody would take, and as the crazy option on the list, and that was like the first one that they went to, and then nobody I guess was all like, "Oh, sir, we were just playing with the third try to start World War III option. That wasn't real. Don't we were hoping you wouldn't go for that, like, and so quickly as well."
It was a simulation. It was meant to be a simulation.
I'm tired of these hurricanes attacking America. We're going to have to nuke them. I have no choice.
Well, some things you just don't know until you try.
Oh, he went on forever about the new shiny machinery that he wants to send over to Iran. I mean, threatening to bomb or whatever. And like at the same time, Puerto Rico's like, well, could you just send like anything at all? I mean, at this point, we might even take the bombs. At least we'd have some scrap to work with.
Yeah, well, shouldn't be. I mean, we got to rotate our stock. Shouldn't we be firing our old rusty missiles instead of our new shiny shit?
Oh yeah, we were told to drop everything that we could during Iraq and Afghanistan, and I think we still are. We've dropped more. Like we hit like our all-time high. We dropped more bombs on Afghanistan than we've ever dropped before.
Well, that has to be Bigley and MAGA and all that.
Well, no, we're just like some of it's we're just told like these are they're getting old. Anything from World War II, Vietnam, Korea, right? Doesn't matter if it explodes, doesn't explode. We don't care. That's not our problem. Just drop it off the plane. Everything. Shock and awe, baby. Everything. So again, it's just like I was saying with the chemical weapons. It's another like game that we play, right, to get rid of ordnance, stuff that's been made illegal, stuff that's about to be made illegal. Stuff that's been proven not to work, doesn't explode right? We just get rid of it, right? There's no rules.
I remember when didn't they blow up a bunch of chemical weapons in Iraq that they found, and they ended up like damn near killing themselves?
Well, I mean, some of it, and then some of the most of the chemical weapons that they hit were like milk factories and baby formula factories. Real hard military targets. The baby formula factory, they assure you, was completely accidental. So
wasn't that one of Clinton's back when he was in trouble? That was when he blew up some tents in the middle of Afghanistan while that was going on too.
A couple of schools. No big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about acting presidential.
I've never understood, what is the number here, guys? Like, I imagined if you blew up one school accidentally, you should be in like a shitload of trouble. Like an insane amount of trouble. But you can blow up schools for decades and nobody gives a fuck. Schools, buses, sorry, it was an accident. What can I do? It was an accident. And yet you're never held accountable for blowing up a school, a school of children.
Well, that's what is that? What do they call that? Reasonable collateral damage or
Yeah, collateral damage, cutting the grass. Just cutting the grass. Look, those kids were going to turn into terrorists. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that could be one argument. Yeah, we got rid of 200 terrorists all at one time.
Well, that was why we lowered the age on enemy combatants, because it used to be it went down to I think 15, and then that wasn't enough. So we've taken it all the way down to I think 10 now. where you're still considered an adult enemy combatant at 10 years old.
Oh, wow. Well, we
But
have an
normally
FR
referred to, when you hear it in the micro, to cutting the grass, right? So that you're killing those children so they grow up to be terrorists. And that doesn't create terrorists, by the way. They assure you. Murdering schools full of children definitely does not create terrorists. In fact, that builds support inside the community. I mean, you got to think, in like, from the American standpoint, we don't let shit go. We're still screaming, like, remember the Alamo. Your name is Alamo, right? And we expect blowing up a school to be let go. Like, they don't remember, like, they don't have that same call when you go into battle to remember that school, to remember that child's name. Just cutting the grass.
Well, the idea was to terrorize them. So, if that doesn't work, then we'll just have to do something else.
Well, I think democracy is going to take over pretty soon, isn't it? Like, I know Iraq went to full military dictatorship, U.S. military dictatorship, but that's like an interesting dynamic all of a sudden.
Well, if you're spreading freedom and democracy, do they really go together? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, Iraq is 100% an American military dictatorship. Like, there's no getting around it, and we are okay with that. We came there to bring freedom and democracy, and now are officially a military dictatorship and an occupying army at that.
Well, the first thing we have to do is rename the Defense Department what it used to be called, which was the War Department.
Yeah,
that was way back when we were honest about what we were doing.
Well, they thought that sounded a little bit too.
Was it too
obvious?
A
little bit too straightforward? Yeah, so they changed it to it's defense.
Okay.
Yeah, we're Department of Defense.
How do you justify an empire with a Defense Department? So.
Oh, it was preemptive. The Iraqis, they were going to attack us, right? So
right, yeah.
this is preemptive.
Preemptive.
Yeah, it's like the Minority Report. If the people that were giving you the information were the CIA.
Our enemies are engaged in wrong think, so we have to do preemptive strikes. I get it.
It's for your freedom. Like, don't you feel more free now? Like, every time they up the Patriot Act, don't you feel a little bit more free? I think pretty soon each of us are gonna get our own agent. Like, I mean, I know everybody on the show has their own agents, but like, everybody else in America will get their own agents. Just a guy, hangs out in front of your house, reports to the headquarters on exactly what you did that day, who you talked to, where you were going, what sites you looked at.
Your minder.
Yeah, just make sure you don't get out of control. But I mean, it's not to make sure you don't get out. Defend your freedom. You don't want those terrorists to come over here and take your freedom.
It's for your safety. It's always for your safety. Public safety, even better.
Are we gonna? I don't even know where to start with Chile. Like, not to segue like immediately, but just from corruption to corruption, like, it is like insane what is going on the ground there. Like,
well, you should always eat chili with beans and
This is a little bit too spicy for my taste, to be honest. Tastes
all right,
like
all jokes aside.
Yeah, it's been getting worse and worse, and the police just seem to be more and more like brazen. I mean, police and government forces. We caught a C-130 landing in some surrounding countries, like offloading what they are calling aid, but was weapons. It's bad, man. Like, we posted one yesterday that they beat this poor kid for forever with like the tear gas can. So, like, the big, bear mace tear gas cans that they're using. They're not using it as mace, right? They're using it as like a billy club, and they are just rocking this guy in the side of the neck. And then one of the other like thugs comes up behind him and just starts gouging his eyes out. For your own safety.
No, I mean, that was one that kind of fell off. I haven't heard much about Chile in a while.
It's never stopped. It's just like most of the stuff we talk about on the show. It's never on the corporate news. They're busy.
Yeah, I don't think any of these protests that have all just kept going. You might not hear about them, but they're still going on. Just damn near every day.
Yeah, and the yellow vest protest, like the first of all, right? Y'all got your ass whooped by the fire departments. I'm just gonna put it out there, like y'all got your ass whooped by the fire departments. Let's hope they don't make this a full-time thing, because like that was great to watch. But the corporate news has literally not this protest has been going nonstop. The French people have not given up, not one bit. It's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, and yet the corporate news doesn't mention it, not at all. Not a word.
Yeah, I have to go to like RT out of Germany or Europe to get any fucking feeds, man. Even RT America they barely run anything there.
Yeah, and I mean we've seen other, some like high fashion stuff, like runway stuff, where they're covering it, full time. Did they go through and like digitally edit the smoke out the background? But I mean, they're like deliberately not covering the yellow vest protest.
Oh, they haven't for almost the whole time.
Yeah, it's been like a national order from the media to not cover it. It seems
it's not making anybody trust them anymore. That's for sure.
Yeah, it certainly seems that's great, Alamo. Fucking is an ice age coming? PBS. Fact checkers, are you going after PBS? I don't think so.
No, man, that's a good. That's actually a very scientific one. I mean, of all the things I've run across, that actually explain the cycles and everything, and like where we are in the cycle and so forth. Laugh all you want.
Yeah, I mean, there are natural cycles within the earth, and it'd be stupid to ignore those on top of it. I mean, it's a silly argument. And you should know them and understand them. It'll help you better understand other things that are going on and on the scale of the earth's, lifespan, right? This isn't huge. It's going to destroy our, future and our, environment, but the earth is going to continue on. Humanity will eventually go away, right? We're not permanent any more than dinosaurs were permanent. We will eventually turn into something else, or we'll be extinct and something else will take over, or just continue to do its thing. Take over is the wrong word. Yeah, like we've done, we won't exist forever. The earth will continue on. Its cycles will continue on long after us.
Yeah. Read that update and just laugh.
What?
Total I'll read it.
Update on the what?
Total 741 tests done. Of these, 738 have tested negative and 3 found positive. 342 are under process. Also, 5,100 people are under home surveillance.
What the fuck? Where'd they get those? There's more. Oh my god.
Well, because they're saying that on top of it, then there's just, there's a couple of people that were watching. There's a couple of people that definitely have it. And then there's this 200 apartment complex that we sealed up that we haven't got around to checking yet.
What the fuck?
It's written so poorly, and it's funny that it's also.
In other news, or just in fine print down in the middle, margin of error, 150,000 people.
Yeah.
It's anywhere between 1,000 people and 153,000 people. Anywhere in between. It's a gray area.
Oh, on those videos you see with all those dead bodies, those aren't real. Okay,
I can say personally, ABB personally, we've seen more than 500 specific cases of dead bodies. Right, I've seen way more than 500 bodies of different instances, different places. Right,
that's the Ministry of Health of I think India Yeah, it is India. India,
They've
and
had-
they're saying that they had tested 741 cases. Of those, 738 have tested negative. The way they wrote this, right, is they wrote it so they didn't really tell you how many, like, I don't know how to say this. I have no
How many
idea.
people are actually infected, or what kind of danger that poses for anyone?
Right. Yeah. They said that the 3 have been found positive. 342 are under process, and then there's an additional 5,000 people.
5,000 people that have been quarantined.
Yeah, that's really
right.
Like 5,500 that have it. That's really what they're saying there in code. Added the 342 to the 5,123, and that's probably the number of people that actually have it.
Yeah, and you can't ask the follow-up question. Well, and there's like 5,000 people that we're not looking into. Why aren't you, or that are in quarantine?
No, they're under home surveillance. Like, why are they under home surveillance?
Oh, see, but then they do have their own personal minder.
Yeah, but that still doesn't. It's like, okay, they call in, once or twice a day to check up on you, and you honestly, you tell them, no, I didn't do anything, and you went outside, you visited your mom, you were working in the yard, talking to your neighbor, it's like, it's ridiculous.
Or even worse, like they call you on the phone, and they're outside with a van with the guys with a bunch of fucking machine guns strapped to them, and they're all like, "Are you okay?" Yeah, I'm fine. All good.
I'm fine. Well, get in the van,
It was worth a try.
Going for a ride.
Yeah, so I mean, and since people aren't coming back from these van rides, and in some cases, like what we've gotten back is that they're just rounding everybody up, so that even if you didn't have it, riding like packed shoulder to shoulder in a van with 3 people that do have it, guaranteed you're gonna get sick. Just get in the van. But there's a bunch of sick people in the van. I just told you I wasn't sick. Get in the van. No, I don't want to get sick. You're not understanding this, man.
Get in the motherfucking van. No time for questions. Get in the van.
I knew this is how this is going to fucking end. I knew it.
You're not going to get sick. You're going to get dead. Yeah.
Or even worse, they're like, "Hey, are you guys posting the videos about there being a bunch of sick and dead people?" Yeah. Get in the van.
You need to get in the van right now. Yeah. Are you working with ABB? Oh my God!
Yeah, you definitely need to get in the van.
Sheila Jackson Lee, a rep, says that that the Russians may have been behind the Iowa Democratic Caucus app debacle.
Yeah, we knew that.
Here we go.
Yeah, of course it was. That's their default at this point.
Oh
man, where did they pull that pink bunny rabbit right out of their ass? Right, that's a very nobody's ever tried that one before.
Yeah, so I mean, in that case, then again, it's never, even in this case, right? Well, the Russians hacked our app. Okay, so what exactly are we paying the NSA to do again?
Well, they wouldn't let them
literally like just sit on a dildo and fucking fuck themselves.
Yeah, isn't your only job supposed to be to protect us from hacker attacks? And yet every time we can't find you. Now you're listening to our show, you're listening to our phone calls, you're recording all of our shit, you're surveilling us, but then the Russians seem to be able to attack our infrastructure at any time, and you guys are never responsible. The same as like the Shadow Inc. company, right? Well, Shadow Inc. allowed the Russians to hack your company. Why are you not held responsible?
Well, it's like the DHS wanted to look at that app, and the Democrat Party told them no. So I mean, let's be honest about who runs this country. It's corporations who got power and money.
Yeah.
Tell the government what to do now.
Yeah, and that's a problem, because if I come up to the DNC and I'm all like, "Hey, for my election, right, I need to see that your app works correctly," and they're not no, then their answer is no. Then the next reply is, "Well, then you need to leave."
No, my next reply would be, "All right, well, you're coming with me. You're under arrest for treason."
Yeah, for treason.
For undermining.
Seriously, that's what needs to fucking start happening. Is because these people are undermining our elections and they're getting away with it. Nothing fucking happens. So it start locking some people up, and you'll start seeing the demeanor change real fucking fast.
And look, Biden's a puppet, right? There is no way that the Russians, again, right? This is a country that has a real problem with homophobia, right? A real problem with homophobia. The Russians are not going to prop up a gay man to win the election, right? That just don't make sense. Okay, you can be arrested for being gay in Russia. It's just not a reality, guys. Like you don't.
Can we talk about how Biden got 341,000 votes, and Gabbard only got 114? Can we just talk about that, please? Because that sounds like it's bullshit. It is
bullshit. It is bullshit. Anything that anytime Biden is opening his mouth, bullshit is fucking spewing out of it. There's no getting around it. Like the guy is just walking fucking and it's not cold-hearted, calculated corruption. It's puppetry. Right? Like, it's not like you're the top, you're not the evil mastermind behind it. You're the puppet that's willing to go along in it. But the face, the face of corruption. But you're the puppet that's willing to go along with what the real leaders do. And that fucking bothers me so much, like that you're that spineless. We're in a time when the world is, all the things, I'll never get over it. Like, fair enough, maybe I'm a little bit biased, right? But the first time you call attack dogs on me, right, don't ever talk to me about civil rights ever again. Right, you remember?
As much as I hate Bloomberg, he only got fucking 21 votes.
He was polling at 0. He was polling at 0.
Well, he's just promoting himself right now. I mean,
it doesn't matter. It's so obvious that it's fucking fake results. It's like a joke, man. Like, the fuck?
But he's got a great scam going, right? So, I mean, he can run political ads on his own network and get the DNC to pay for it. Get all of it, claim it on the taxes. It is an ultimate scam. Like he says, oh yeah, I spent $100 million on my ads, or it's $70 million on his ads this weekend, right? But he spent $70 million on companies that he owns. And then you're able to hide it in a presidential run. Dude's making money hand over fist.
Just kiss his ring and get over it. I mean, come on, man.
I don't even know what to do at that point. Like at some point, you're just like, I'm out. I'm gone. I gotta go. This has gone way too far. I mean, how many we got? Bloomberg, and I like, Yang seems all right, except I'm not down with his stance on Julian Assange. I think that is more than fucked up and makes me not trust the guy. But right on the whole, I don't have anything like to most of his ideas seem fine. But on the same fucking note, he's also a billionaire. Steyer's a billionaire. Bloomberg's a billionaire. Like, how many billionaires do we need on the fucking stage? There's not a single teacher up there. There's not a single electrician. There's not a builder up there, right? There's not a scientist up there. There's not an inventor up there, right? There's not a cook, a cleaner, right? There's no fucking real people up there.
Well, look what you do have. I mean, you got some of the, I'm not going to call them the best bullshitters in the country because they're really not good at it, but you've got some of the biggest bullshitters in the country there. I mean,
I'd say Biden takes the cake. Biden takes the cake on bullshitters. That man will come out on the stage and say anything. Oh, I remember being 17 years old and organizing for the black churches. It's just a bold-faced lie. You didn't organize with nobody. No church has ever fucking heard of you. Nobody heard of you during the civil rights movement, right? During the civil rights movement, you were threatening to beat a black man in the parking lot with a chain while enforcing racist pool laws. That was Biden in the 60s. Right, and yet he comes out and will lie to your face, lied for free on it. And he starts it all with the same. Nobody's ever, man. Just about everybody has worked harder to fix problems than you have. Like, Biden is the problem. It's fucked, man.
He's about all you can say about Creepy Joe is he's definitely put in his time. I mean, he's a Democrat that Democrats can vote for because he's a good corporate guy and loyal to the cult and all that. And so he's
Yeah,
earned
and
his stripes.
he does have that aura of, like you feel like the exact thing, like he feels like he's earned his stripes, like somehow, right, sucking the dicks of the corporate elite immediately means that the presidency is owed to you. It's my turn
It's
mentality.
not.
Yeah,
It's
it's not.
not.
It's not. It's not. The
Fuck.
presidency is not owed to you. The American country is the country of America is not owed to you because you worked the best with corporations.
God damn. Fuck. I should probably
Yeah,
tell Joe Biden that. Like, I mean,
I think the
God,
American
man.
people overwhelmingly, it like best estimates, he caucused at 12%. In all reality, he caucused at 8%. He spent $60 million in tour buses and ads and media engagements and air ticket, and airline first class airline flights and car rentals and high end hotels, right? And pulled 8%. All those donations, $60 million, and you only pulled 8%. That means at 100 and at $160 million, right? You can only pull 16%.
I just like how Buttigieg came out of fucking nowhere, and then all of a sudden, he declared that he was victor when they.
Even worse,
Did anybody notice that?
Yeah, he comes out and says that he was victorious, and then when he was like afterward, everybody was all like, "Well, no, you're not. In fact, you lost." Right? When that came out, then he said, "Oh well, I didn't really mean victorious." And you're like, "Wait, man, victorious is one of those words that it's super hard to misconstrue, like up, down, hot, cold, win, lose, victory, defeat." Right? That's not one of those accidental words that there's some gray area with. You're either victorious or you're not. And I think it was more than obvious. They had bought their candidate and they had bought the app and they had decided who was going to win, and it was undone by live streams and screenshot.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, but it's still they haven't declared a victor right now. But I mean,
they're not going to. They hate that Bernie is the front runner. Like that should be obvious by.
Right, and that's what I wanted to point out with the results here is that it shows Biden as the third. Oh no, wait.
Fourth. Biden's
no,
fourth.
It shows Warren. Yeah, it shows Biden as the fourth. It shows Sanders as the second, and Buttigieg as the first. And what I wanted to point out is that they literally have it so Bernie's beat by like 2,000 votes.
Yeah, even though he was ahead by 6,000.
Yeah.
Like literally, like he was ahead by 6,000 votes total, and yet it is a complete joke.
They have discussed saying that they were going to prevent Bernie. They've said that they were going to change the fucking rules. Like,
yeah, I think they still will.
These guys are committing treason. Like, come on, let's go. Get the fucking handcuffs ready. Let's go. Start rounding them up.
Yeah, at what point does it become treasonous? That is my question. Like at one point, I mean, look, Weisman Schultz is still just walking around, fucking doing her thing, working for the DNC. Like, there's no way that should be real. Like she's convicted with election rigging.
Who is this you're talking about?
Weisman Schultz.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, she's like fucking connected to the Clinton mafia. So, I mean, there's that.
Yeah, but you don't get to get caught in rigging an election and then just walk around like nothing. And just do the same thing again.
Clinton mafia behind you. I mean, fuck, who's going to talk to them?
Well, you get away with it in Slavelandia because this is not America anymore. That's how you get away with it.
Yeah, when you've got a private organization telling you how can and cannot vote, that is a problem. And then trying to skew the results. I mean, all of that stuff is completely bogus. And they give you their excuse. Look, there's nothing you can do because I'm a private company. Why does a private company have any power over our government?
The thing is, Sanders should go fucking rogue and go independent. And like, at what point do you get fucked over so many times where you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna trust this party?
Yeah, that's like I said. Grab Tulsi Gabbard and get the fuck out.
Yeah, seriously, run a campaign just with Tulsi Gabbard, independent.
Join the People's Party. Like there are other parties. There's the Poor People's Party.
He's a ballless politician. You're asking him to have some balls. What's the matter with you?
Exactly.
I do see like there are like they're flawed. For as much as I support Bernie, I say that right after I say you cannot trust politicians.
Exactly, that's the point. He's so he's basically a controlled opposition candidate. That's literally how I look at it. Because
I agree in some sense. I see him as the best candidate that a corrupt system can produce.
I can agree with that, but the thing is that he still has never ever answered for why he took a deal with the DNC in 2016 for a fucking DNC jet to drop out of the race.
And I've struggled why he went on with Hillary Clinton and all of that. There's always the stories of threats of violence and threats against his family and all of that. I'm not sure, and I've never been able to get an answer from them. I've never been able to find out more than what they said. Maybe they promised Medicare for all, that they could have promised him something that he couldn't walk away from. I don't know. It's a weird situation because he had to have seen the support that he had. Did he just believe the bullshit? When for months and months now, they've been telling us that Biden's the front, right? That just about 350 million Americans support him. He's the most popular candidate of all time. All bullshit. Did you believe that or buy into it? And then, why would you do that? Why would you buy into that? It's fake. It's the Clintons. You should know more than anybody. You've been working with them. They're dirty.
As Alamo pointed out, what if that fucking happened? What if all of a sudden Sanders was like, I'm announcing my vice president as Hillary Clinton?
Oh my God. I don't know what I would do. Honestly, I don't know what I would do. I'm 100% Gabbard after that point. Like I can't play this anymore. That's the same thing that happened last time. I was happy doing our thing for the Bernie campaign. I was behind it. We were making videos. Like everything was going well. And then,
if Hillary was smart in 2016, she would have said, I picked my vice president as Bernie Sanders, and then she probably would have fucking won. Instead she chose Tim Kaine.
Yeah, I don't think that Clinton was going to win ever. I mean, she is her and Trump are the most unpopular politicians, but I'd say that Clinton is more unpopular than even Trump.
You wonder why. She lied about saying that she sent a letter to NASA when she was a little girl, when it wasn't even around.
Oh, yeah, she said when she was a little girl, she sent a letter to NASA, and they sent one back to her saying that girls can't be astronauts, was basically and it turned out to be completely fictitious. And then the people at NASA were all like, no, we sent out like thousands of letters to little girls and all of that. Nah, we really didn't. Pretty progressive guys here. I'm an astronaut. Jackass. Who would write that to a little girl? Like, think about that for a minute, man.
Watch, her father wrote it.
Yeah, you think fuck it. Yeah, maybe somebody she sent it to sent her back. Like you sent the letter to Santa, except when Santa sent you the letter back, he was all like, I don't send presents to girls, and your parents actually wrote it. But no, I mean, can you imagine which astronaut did you send that to that wrote you back and said, nah, girls can't be astronauts? You imagine John Glenn sitting there, nah, fuck girls, man.
I mean, this is the same person that said that they were shot at by snipers in Bosnia.
Yeah, so they're taking a leisurely stroll, raving down the tarmac.
Yeah. Then the video by the news media says, well, we were actually there, and Hillary wasn't shot at by snipers. We recorded the whole incident.
Yeah, she's waving to people, giving out hugs. Like, not only were you not shot out by snipers.
She's so psychotic that she has to fucking lie about shit like that, and it's like,
it's ego, it's power, it's money, like all of it in one person. I'm under the impression that she is our universe's Emperor Palpatine. Like she checks off all of the boxes, including like the whole, you know what I mean, the whole trying to act like you're a good politician and all of that stuff, but really just bringing in like war and economic strife around the world. She is Palpatine. And I think like Biden is Jar Jar Binks. You know, didn't Jar Jar Binks sign off all of the power from all of the power of the Galactic Senate to Palpatine? Sounds like something Biden would do. Please don't let Biden become president. I can't do a Biden impression, guys. It was bad enough working on the Trump one. I can't do this, guys. I'll quit. I can't do this. I do not want to have to do a Biden impression.
So you could do Obama, but you can't do Biden, and you can do Trump.
It's getting worse. I draw the line at Biden. I can do the Bushes, right? I draw the line at Biden. Enough is enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing. Like honestly. Like, I was a big shock to see them fuck up that bad.
I wasn't shocked.
I thought it was going to be rigged. I thought it was going to be rigged, like, no doubt. But I didn't think that they were going to get caught doing it like this. Like, fuck.
Yeah, I expected it to be so much, for there to be so much of a record behind it. You know, all of this was supposed to be done a lot more. They would have liked to be done a lot more behind closed doors, but it's 2020 and we live stream everything. I think that did them in, and they didn't. I really don't think that they expected, like, they believe their own bullshit, right? When they sell us these things, they're shocked that you're not down with it.
Right? That is not a real quote from Biden. There's no way he said that. If he really said that, he's so stupid.
Oh, he's like, I got through a whole 3-4 paragraphs into an Onion article before I realized it was the Onion. And I didn't realize it from the article. I realized it that I noticed the Onion thing up to the top when I, going through it. And after I was done, I was like, my God, this isn't even the craziest thing that I've ever heard Biden say.
Well, there's a quote here I want to read. If you're paddling upstream in a canoe and a wheel falls off, how many pancakes fit in a doghouse? None, because ice cream doesn't have bones.
Yeah, that sounds... I don't know if he said that one, but well within his, like, rambling.
Somebody should Google it. Somebody Google it, look it up, and see if he actually said it.
And I hate the whole, like, speech impediment thing and the people that struggle with speech impediments and stuttering and all of that. And he uses it as such an excuse to get away with all sorts of things. Well, I grew up with a speech impediment. Growing up with a speech impediment, somebody made you sign the Monsanto bill. Growing up with a speech impediment made you vote for every single war that has ever came in front of you. Every single one. You've never met a war that you didn't like. Your stutter made you do, right? Your stutter made you sign the crime. Like, it's just, I hate that he constantly uses it as this, you know what I mean? As this like sympathy card, and then uses it to like whitewash all of the nightmare things that he's done and voted for and said. Right? Your stutter did not make you try to undermine Social Security, 5 times? Right? Like, it's just, God, everything about him is just so sleazy. He reminds me of the worst used car salesman you can imagine. I always think of that guy that sold the Griswold mobile. If you think you hate him now, just wait till he's president. And you can't go through his record and pick out anything that 10 years down the line seems like a great idea. God, he still wants, like, he's in 2020, he still wants to support like marijuana, like legislation. He still wants to be putting people behind bars for fucking weed. 2020. Even Republicans have moved on shit, and he's still rocking it. Yeah, can't stand that guy. Just the worst.
Certainly one of them, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we did kind of briefly go over it. We've been like awfully heavy on American politics, but yeah, I mean, they're just as much as they're shafting Bernie, and there's a lot of outrage. You know, his numbers like help him out, where they're doing just as many dirty tricks to Tulsi as they are to Bernie, and in some cases worse. Like CNN, all those guys, they won't even play Tulsi clips. Won't no interviews, can't go to the town halls, can't do the debates. Like, what kind of democracy is this? And she's got a great following. I mean, if Tulsi had some bigger numbers, I would have no problem supporting her. Like, I want to beat Trump as well, but there's no reason for you to be having a smear campaign / media blackout against a legitimate, candidate for president, and someone who has like served her country her entire life.
I mean, that's what it comes down to, and it shows is that these people in power control who gets to go to the nomination stage, and they've said it over and over again, especially the DNC. The DNC's fucking said that they would change the rules to keep Bernie out. You know, like that right there should be treason, but it's not. Like it should be though.
Yeah, undermining an election, trying to take the voice away from the American people is treason. Like, and I would think one of the highest, treasonous acts that you could commit, stealing the voice of the American. But they're allowed to, and I don't understand why. On a couple of different, I mean, an executive could fix this as well. Just, a normal, truth in elections executive order will fix all of this. The same as I know there's a lot of politicians out there that are, pushing this truth on social media and to pass laws to have people that, have posted fake news or something like that prosecuted and all of that, but they're not making laws to stop politicians from lying at all. In fact, by law, politicians can lie to your face. And now, because they work so closely with these giant social media companies, they said, well, as long as they're a politician, they can lie. We won't even fact check them. Where why aren't you making a truth in politics, legislation that requires politicians to tell the truth? In every single Congress that has ever been together, y'all never thought to pass a truth in politics law? You're lawmakers. You never thought to do that? Would fix a lot of our problems. Yeah, that's terrible. Blatant corruption. What do we still have on the list here?
I don't know.
Trying to scroll back. Can you talk about the MasterCard thing?
No, yeah, we can talk about that. But one of the CEOs from MasterCard bailed out of the Facebook Libra coin over concerns of how it's going to be implemented, privacy. It's not really a crypto coin. It's not mineable. It's basically the CEO of MasterCard basically saw it the way I saw Libra coin, it's basically it's not a mineable cryptocurrency. Facebook controls it, so it's basically like a gift card. It really has no inherent value. It's a fucking flop.
I kind of looked at it as like in-game currency. Like you're basically the same as you have in video games.
That's exactly what we're doing. But I mean, like, a cryptocurrency doesn't have to be mineable for it to be a cryptocurrency.
It's not. It doesn't have. It doesn't
I
have
agree,
any of
Libra
the bells
is
and
that.
whistles as you do with the other. Okay, so it's Facebook controls the coin, regardless or not. It's really not going to be moving off of Facebook's network. Even if you paid with Uber with it or whatever, it's still on the Facebook network. Facebook owns it. It'll never leave a Facebook network. So in that aspect, it's not a true cryptocurrency. It's not a true cryptocurrency.
Is that what they said? They said that it won't leave the Facebook network.
No, that's something that I've been looking into. It does. It's not. It's basically Facebook controls the coin. You can't get in. You can't get it on a cold wallet. You can't.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's basically a gift card, dude. That's basically what it is. Like like Amazon credit or eBay credit.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's basically credits.
Yeah.
That's what I saw it as too. But I didn't know that you wouldn't be able to move it off of the platform to other wallets or trade it or anything. Because before they were talking about it, they were saying that they would list it on different exchanges and allow people to trade it.
I don't.
So-
I have yet to see that happen. Until that happens, I would change my stance. But I haven't seen anything that would suggest anyway.
Yeah, I didn't see it get listed on any exchanges either, but I just saw that that's what they were discussing and saying that this is how they wanted it to go.
Well,
But the thing is, it's like
Go ahead.
it's like you said, it's like I'm sorry for like talking over you or whatever. I just wanted to agree with you. It's like credits, because literally what they want to do is they want to use this Libra coin so they can have their partners be able to sell their gift cards, like Uber. So like Uber gift cards or Uber Eats or anything like that, right? All within the Facebook app. That's all they want to do.
Yeah, specifically through Messenger. They've been trying to. Yeah, that's how they wanted to incorporate the payment system.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then now you have Mark Zuckerberg saying that they're going to be implementing encryption into Messenger, but I don't believe that shit for a second. They're going to have a fucking.
They still
backdoor.
haven't encrypted it?
No, he said that they were working on doing it. They're going to get it done this year. And then William Barr was like, "You better not." He was like basically threatening them and shit, and saying that not giving them any backdoor for encryption doesn't allow law enforcement to do their job.
I don't
against
understand
child
why it's
traffickers.
not encrypted at
But yeah. Well, I mean, it's like fucking stupid. It's like William Barr is bitching about encryption preventing authorities from going after pedophiles and human traffickers. But the thing is, like, your father was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Shut the fuck up. Like, your father gave Jeffrey Epstein a job at the New York Dalton School. Shut the fuck up. And your law firm defended Epstein. Again, shut the fuck up. Moral of the story, Barr, shut the fuck up.
Just shut the fuck up, Barr.
Shut the fuck up. But yeah, so like this whole this whole Facebook thing is in decline. I was reading a lot of headlines. Remember what I was saying about Facebook being in decline and people know it. So their content creators are leaving the platform. I saw that in headline news. I saw that Facebook is becoming less business friendly, so people are leaving.
They have fact checkers that are literally going after all our fucking articles that we're putting out.
But that's
like
the
you're
thing
literally
is,
shooting yourself in the foot with a shotgun.
It's YouTube.
Well,
YouTube is doing the same thing, and they're ruining their own platform. Things were better when you had minimal amount of
advertising fucked it all up.
Restrictions, but now it's so restricted to the point where people on YouTube are leaving because you can't make money off of it, and you can't post what you want anymore. Now you can't even you can't even post hacking videos anymore, and that was yeah, you can't post hacking videos on there anymore. You can as long as it, like, they're really weird about it too. So now they're saying that you can post hacking videos as long as you're not trying to get elevated privileges, and it's just a step-by-step guide. I'm like, so what are we fucking hacking? Like a remote control? Like
Do they realize that they're literally going to cause people to not be able to learn how to run these exploits and they're going to make software and hardware more exploitable by doing this? Are you guys fucking stupid? Like you're blocking people from learning.
This was Sarah, the CEO, fucking made up this quote and started at the beginning of this year.
Sarah Wazaka.
So you know what I'm
seeing?
What I'm seeing is I am seeing hackers post videos on Pornhub now. Believe it or not.
You know what? Somebody like, you know, I don't like to give great advice, but you know what you should do? Fucking just spam the hell out of YouTube with hacking videos. Just upload everything. Fucking
no, seriously, do a search on Pornhub and look for hacking videos.
Yeah, no, seriously, like spam the fuck out of them with hacking videos because it's something that is like innocent, kind of, right? But it'll also piss them off, and it'll take them fucking a long time to start deleting the videos, and just keep spamming them with like thousands and thousands of accounts. Just have fun, because this is some bullshit, dude. It's like when you're starting to censor information, and you were really going after like white hat hackers and gray hats, and like these aren't black hat hackers that are fucking posting how to hack something. It's somebody who is trying to teach people how to hack something so they can protect themselves against the hacker. Or, in a sense, it's just somebody teaching you how to do this for a like pen testing type of deal, where you're penetration testing your own systems or a system that you have legal ability to do. And you know, if you're going after those people, you're literally threatening our whole entire security. And like William Barr saying he wants to get rid of encryption. Are you retarded? Like, if you get rid of encryption, like HTTPS, that would be gone. And
so would SSH. So would SSH. So would all of the other protocols that we use on a daily basis. So would
all end-to-end encryption. Yeah, he wants to get rid of all end-to-end encryption. Yeah, I was like, are you insane? Like, this is the problem with politicians and
they don't understand how things work.
Right. And it's people like William Barr. That's why we have encryption. Like literally, it's people like him are the reason that we had to create encryption, because otherwise you'll make laws that'll make you think that you have the authority to check what I'm talking to my friends about.
I bet you he likes WEP and he likes WPA1 and he likes Telnet versus SSH. You know, I'm just like, dude, if you want to create like 1998 fucking security problems, go ahead, get rid of fucking security, and then see how long your bank account stays up.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like by getting rid of encryption, you are literally putting everybody at risk. Like everybody who uses the internet at risk. And it's like,
but they don't understand. You're right. They don't understand the technology, and they look at it as they want to see what's going on. I got to see what's going on.
Maybe they've never seen a man in the middle of attack. You know, a man in the middle attack. You know.
The other thing is, it's like they think for some reason that you can create a golden key to get into like a backdoor to get into encrypted programs. Like say for like Wicker or fucking Telegram. The thing is, they don't understand that fucking vulnerability is open for every fucking hacker in the world. Somebody's gonna damn find it. Like, oh my god, it pisses me off so much how dumb these guys are.
Yeah, and people even then, like, it's not like gonna give you a fucking backdoor access with some sort of random fucking code. Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And even then, the people that are going to be doing horrible things on the speak in code that you will never pick up. Like, it's just they're having just an average conversation with somebody, and nothing that they talk about has anything to do with anything that they're doing. So, I mean, the idea that the big brother looking over your shoulder is going to stop it is just not true.
Twitter's being used by pedophiles to traffic CP.
Like every platform, real life is being used by pedophiles.
Oh yeah, no, I know that for a fucking fact. But it's like they're doing it in the open. They're not even doing it in code. That's what I'm saying. Like this stuff, like they try to say that pedophiles use encrypted messaging and stuff like that.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they fucking do.
No, they don't.
They do.
They're also on ClearNet, dude. They post shit in the open.
Right, they're on ClearNet. Yeah, right. But they have been using like encrypted, and not only just encrypted, but they've been using like Dropbox software and shit like that to share child pornography, and they're doing it through like sharing like mega.nz links and shit like that. And there's a hashtag on Twitter. It's called Mega Links, and it links like that. You can see. Just go and search the hashtag, and then it fucking shows you all of the people who are asking for fucking child porn. And then on top of that, if you look at the related searches for mega links, it shows like jailbait, fucking all this other shit that Twitter should be taking responsibility for and blocking those hashtags. Anybody who tweets those hashtags should automatically be suspended. Like, come on.
They only block hashtags like free Assange, no extradition, things like that.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's yeah, right. And that's true that they fucking did do that. They suppressed the hell out of that hashtag, and it's ridiculous, man. It's like there are things that they could be implementing to stop this, and we don't have to fucking get rid of encryption to go after these people. Number one, and then number two, they're trying to I think it's Section 230 that they're trying to edit, which is basically protections for like small businesses and like small internet websites, right? So they're trying to implement it so Section 230 is irrelevant, and saying that if a platform is found to have child abuse imagery on it, right, and they don't remove it in a certain period of time and all this other shit, that they'll lose their Section 230 protections. Which it's like, well, how the fuck do you expect people to they don't understand. Again, they don't understand how databases work and how hard it is to track down that type of data on a database. And they're trying to make it so people who have businesses would be held responsible, and the websites would be held responsible for the fucking content, which that doesn't work. Like, that's not fair. And it's absolutely a hindrance to small businesses, because now they have to fucking hire somebody or multiple businesses to like go through their platform and make sure that they're staying in compliance. Like, this is a draft law. It hasn't been even introduced in the Senate or the House or anything yet. But the thing is, if this gets implemented, the ACLU says that this would kill the internet. Like, kill the internet, especially with getting rid of encryption. I mean, imagine not.
And I don't think that they even can at this point. Like, by the time I don't think you can. The idea of encryption, I don't think you can outlaw it. You can outlaw that one app or that what, but it'll pop. Somebody will pop up with something right after. I don't think it's really the idea of encryption, the idea of making encryption so that the government can't look over your shoulder. I don't think they're going to put that back into the box.
They can't put it back in the box. It's code.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
it's already being used.
When are they going to realize they can't do anything against code? Like, they haven't still realized they can't do anything against Bitcoin. Like, it's still starting to like grow a little bit more into mainstream society, right? But they still don't realize, like, there's still some congressmen that are trying to say ban Bitcoin. You fucking can't ban Bitcoin, you dumbass. It's fucking code.
It's too late. It's yeah, they just don't understand the technologies that they're talking about.
Yeah, it's insane, man. The thing is, like, if they do ban encryption, right, they do realize there would be no more HTTPS, right? So when you go to share your fucking information online, you would be using HTTP, and you would be able to easily be attacked by a man-in-the-middle attack. Easily.
Well, I mean, if they're going back to old protocols, they're really making, our job a little bit easier, I would think. Like, I don't have to learn it new to hack into it. This is easy. Yeah, I don't think they realize how easy some of those protocols are now to break into. And some of it's just the time. Yeah. People have been doing it for so long.
With not using encryption, you're subject to man-in-the-middle attacks. If a bad guy is in on the other side you're talking to, he could have all of your information as well. I mean, it's so
Right.
fucking stupid.
Wasn't Jeff Bezos just having a attack from an app he was using?
Yeah, Telegram.
Yeah.
Oh no, WhatsApp.
Yeah.
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. Yeah, he was a. I mean, yeah.
And we know how
But
buggy
it
WhatsApp
shows
is.
how easy. Yeah,
Yeah,
it shows how
WhatsApp.
easy it is
WhatsApp
to
has
get
been
in.
in decline for a long time. They need to really revamp the way, because I mean I've used it on a daily basis for a while, and I know it has a lot of problems. They need to completely redesign the way that it works. They say that it's complete end-to-end encryption, and I've kind of questioned that, mainly due to when you're talking on the app, there's a delay in the way that the packets are sent if it loses a connection, and it doesn't try to ever sync back, which makes me think that there's a server in the middle it's not, you know what I mean? I think
And then
I think and correct me if I'm wrong, but um I'm like 99% positive that WhatsApp is not, and it's not full end-to-end encryption. I believe that there is a server somewhere in the middle.
Well, there was an exploit. Was it last year or the year before? I don't fucking remember. But basically, you could take over somebody else's camera and open up their camera from WhatsApp.
Yeah, and not turn the light.
But end-to-end
a two-part hack.
End-to-end encryption, that would mean that the data would never be on a server in the middle. It would just be on your end and on the other person's end. It's nowhere else. So if it gets deleted on one end or the other, it's completely gone. And I don't believe that that's how WhatsApp works.
Yeah. I could be entirely wrong. I just know that they have tons of fucking problems that need to get fixed.
Well, they have an exploit.
A few different exploits from other friends. Like they said that like they use it. The thing is, I don't want to put out these exploits.
Yeah, I was going to say, guys, we need to
kind of
be
using them.
Yeah, we need to be kind of careful in what we say here. Just be careful about what you're saying.
Exploits, right? Well, I know. Yeah. Well, anyway, they use the exploits to go after pedophiles. So I don't want to tell how the exploits work, but basically, there's a way to send remote code to WhatsApp and to pull information from the receiver of a message. I'm not going to say how, but there's a way. And people use this. What they do is they try to get a suspected pedophile to use WhatsApp. And then once they get them on WhatsApp, they're able to pull their information, IP information, and all that jazz, and device information and everything. So there are exploits on WhatsApp that they do need to fix. And
have we ever had anybody try and tear apart, the Facebook app or Messenger? Like we haven't had anybody do that in a while.
What, audit the Facebook app?
Yeah, no, just tear it apart bit by bit. We haven't had anybody do that in a while.
Well, that's because the last time they did it, they shut us down. Last time we posted Facebook code, they tried to scrub everything I've ever put on the internet.
It's true. I mean,
we'll be doing that again.
I mean, it's not hard. It's not hard to get a developer account and or jailbreak an iOS and then download the app and then tear it down piece by piece. It's not difficult. I just don't have the money to fucking drop some money on some equipment.
Yeah, it's fucking difficult to spend all that money.
Well, you can get BlueStacks though. You can get that emulator BlueStacks. Download the app on the BlueStacks and tear it apart that way, which is cheap.
There are a lot of security flaws in the Facebook app. I mean, that's well known. Even the ones that we don't know about, you can see it in real time. Once a week, it comes up with a new leak or a new flaw that's in the app. That Facebook, code. That's well known. Next week, I'll tell you the next one.
Specifically, I'd be more interested in what Messenger is doing, because I've always had a theory that Messenger's audio setting is always set to on.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I'm sure
it's always on listening mode.
They had a patent. Like I found it years ago, and I know I wrote about it somewhere. They had a patent where it would like the app would turn on if you were listening to a TV show that the app recognized. Isn't that fucking like crazy?
Well, there was another thing that had happened. A couple that I've been saying this for a while, that the Messenger app was listening into people's conversations, and it was giving you ad suggestions. So there was a couple.
Right.
There was a couple last week. They reported, and they were infosec. They were paid hackers. So the wife doesn't speak Spanish, but the husband does. The wife has the Messenger app on her phone and doesn't speak Spanish, doesn't look at Spanish, but her husband speaks to her in Spanish, but she doesn't speak it. So after about a few days of him speaking Spanish around her, the ad suggestions were all in Spanish.
Yeah, I saw that shit.
Yeah, that even because we post so much, with South America and dealing with Catalonia, like we get ads constantly in Spanish, as well as like the ads in YouTube. You'll get tons of apps in Spanish, and ads and like product advertisements for it. It's weird.
It's more proof that the Messenger app
is listening to your conversations.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean it's Facebook. It's listening to everything. That is Facebook. I think I don't know if I mentioned it before, and it isn't our thing, but Stephen King made like a really big thing about leaving Facebook for all of those reasons.
Facebook is not the only one that does it. Cortana does it. Siri, you can tell Siri to not communicate it's shit with Apple, but we found out that there has been some accidents where the recorded data did go to places that it shouldn't have. So like they're not. Facebook isn't the only company that's
Speaking of accidents, did you see Google? What they did with the videos, like they fucked up big time.
Google Drive, people were getting other people's fucking pictures.
Yeah, pictures and videos. Yeah,
but that got awkward quick.
Yeah, you're like, I don't remember you having sex with this man, but now that marriage is over.
I swear, baby, I didn't. I swear. Who's this pictures of on your Google Drive? It was sent to my phone when I synced it.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's the funny thing. Like, yeah, that's true. I mean, fuck.
How many marriages were broke up because of Google Drive? I'm serious, guys. I'm pretty sure Skynet just said, you know what? Let them work out.
They said it happened to less than 1% of the users, but I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, but okay, less than 1%. How many people are using Google?
Billions.
Billions of people are using Google? Like, oh, don't worry about it. It's only a couple 100 million people. No big deal.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but Jesus, the amount of personal information that's just straight up leaked all the time. It's like, do you really need a backdoor? Can you just not wait for the information to leak out in its weekly mess up? Because I don't think we've had a show in months where we haven't had at least one story that was of, one of these big software companies leaking an insane amount of info.
Yeah.
Personal info, passwords, just keeping people's passwords unencrypted. Like, yeah, the app's encrypted, but then you had all of their user profiles linked to their unencrypted password, so same thing.
Yeah.
Do we want to talk? There's the God, it's going to go down a dark path, but yeah, the 200 people deported back to El Salvador were all executed. Do you want to talk about that, Tyler?
What?
The 200 people that were executed in El Salvador.
Yeah, so we've been saying this.
Back to El Salvador.
We've been saying that for El Salvadorians have been saying that for a long time. Is that if you deport me, I'm going to get killed. Well,
Yeah, they deported them and they were immediately executed. We sent them back to the people
Well,
that
because
they
the
were
gangs,
escaping from.
yeah, the gangs would get them.
As well as the executions at the butterfly sanctuaries in Mexico.
Yeah.
And that was done by illegal loggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Well, we're on talking about Facebook. I know we've been sounding the alarm about facial recognition for a while. I know lots of other people were, but I think there's been some more news involving Facebook and facial recognition. That they're using your old pictures rather than have you scan it in. They're just going through all the pictures and setting up their facial recognition.
$500 million fine, something like that.
Yeah. Which, I mean, 500 million's nothing. It's just one of those things, you have it be percentage wise, right? So identity theft for a guy that is absolutely, absolutely poor, right? Destitute. You'll destroy his life for, for stealing an identity. But if you steal everybody's identity, right? If you go through and steal every, millions and millions of people using your software, you steal all of their identity, right? And then keep track of them like you're some sort of like weird software voyeur, right? That's only 500 million. You don't even notice. I mean, that's less than one of their houses. It's just crazy. Slap on the wrist. The we play with some, get into some more science. The Code Fusion. I know we had talked about some other propulsion stuff.
Yeah.
But you said that they're starting to get a little bit closer to some cold fusion breakthroughs. I thought the Navy had, with the laser that they were using out in California, had broke that, it achieved cold fusion, 10, 15 years ago.
No, they've been working on cold fusion nonstop. I mean, they're getting closer to it actually being a reality. So, I mean, I give it
Like
about another
I'm
5
gonna look it
years.
up, but like the Navy was using like a laser, and I forget what the substance that they were shooting this ultra powerful laser at, but I wonder if this is a different like way of doing it. Is how how they're achieving cold fusion. But I'm gonna find that. I mean, it was like Navy times big. Yeah, cold fusion. U.S. Navy makes breakthrough. I mean, this was ages ago. But I don't. I gotta find the story for it. But I'm wondering what the newest breakthrough is. Wasn't one of my. Was this a Navy program as well?
What?
Was this one a Navy project as well?
No, this is, I believe, a independent one. So I forget. It's the. I've seen a few things on YouTube about it. This is like a pretty professional setup. So it's done by some sort of nonprofit.
Okay, so like this is the one that I had. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say you have to understand the military is like fucking years and years ahead from Clear World Science. Clear World Science is just now catching up to where the Black World intelligence or special access programs have been for years. Like they're way ahead, and
Yeah, I think
they've had cold fusion. they've
And
had
people
all
are
types
always
of technologies that they can use for I mean alternative energies. Like they've had all that tech. Like
yeah, and you'd be surprised. Like, right, they're making a big deal out of the Tesla trucks, right? The pickup truck, and that is that is cool and all of that stuff. But the Navy's had electric trucks. They've been using those since the '80s. And they're
Yep.
like F-150s. I've seen them, right? They've been in when you ask people, like even when you hear the story, the story about who killed the electric car, they say, oh well, there hasn't been an electric car made in the 1980s and all that, and people are always shocked to know that no, the military's been using electric trucks for a while.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly it too. And it's like the military, when the electric car was even introduced, and it was like a big marvel and everything, and then all of a sudden it was shut down.
Yeah.
It was a shutdown project. It vanished from media, and I think the guy was arrested, wasn't he?
No, most likely. Oh, for the electric car?
Yeah, I know the
Yeah.
guy who made a car out of, or I'm sorry, not out of. He made the car work off of detergent. I know he was arrested. Like because they were just like basically, they said to him that he couldn't have an engine that ran off detergent. Like.
Yeah, anything that's a really good idea, you got to shut that shit down. That's why I mean, the cold fusion thing, that's probably been held back, on purpose for quite a while.
I don't think. Yeah, I think that I said, the clear world science is ahead, or not ahead. I mean, they're behind, and the dark world or black ops intelligence scientists, they've been known how to do cold fusion and all types of different alternative energies. Like for instance, the TR3B, that uses a type of magnetism for producing propulsion.
Oh yeah.
So I
And
mean,
I
they have
think,
all
if I'm
types of
not
different
mistaken, like
technologies.
that's the what, pressurized mercury that they
Yeah.
somehow spin around. I'm talking
Yep.
the TR3B. I'm trying to remember here, man. But yeah, I think they use mercury in that one. I think that's another like throwback from some engines that the Nazis were
Nazis were
working on.
using, yeah.
Some liquid engines. There's actually, the guy was executed. Man, I'm really like, I'm pulling this out of my ass. I don't remember some of the details here. I'll have to look it up, and it may be what has to do with this engine. It was a liquid engine that he had made, and they just the guy was a real anti-Nazi, brilliant scientist. And yeah, they killed him. I don't remember if he was Jewish or not, but part of his engine survived, and for a while there, they couldn't figure out how to use it. And if this is, and he was using mercury and things like that. I wonder if this is part of that.
It uses. Edgar Fouché said that it uses some type of material that it just circulates around very fast to produce propulsion using magnetism. I don't know all the key facts on it.
I think it's like a hydromagnetic power source there, so they're getting the mercury to spin inside the way a turbine would, and turning that into rotational power, so that would turn the fans or whatever's on the inside of the engine. Think of it as like
I'm not
a magnetic.
really sure. I just know that the project was it was called Project Aurora, and then the real name for it that a lot of people don't know is called it's called the Lockheed Pulsar.
Well, no, wait. That's different. That's
No, it's the same thing.
scramjet. That's scramjet. So the
No,
Aurora
no,
was a
no.
scramjet program.
Hey guys, we have 6
The
minutes.
Aurora, the TR3B, TR3B is codenamed the Aurora Project. It's also known as the Lockheed Pulsar. Project Winter Haven is where you want to go to look up information in regards to that. If you want to look at Thomas Brown is the scientist who was doing all that
Research.
experiments. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot there. We're always talking about doing a black tech episode. We need to actually do it. What he said, we got 6 minutes left. Do we have any?
5 minutes now.
Do we have, do we have any shout outs that we need to give out? Any information we'll make sure to give out here?
Shout out to the corrupt DNC that rigged the Iowa caucus.
You get no shout out.
No, you guys are awesome. You guys are great. Supporting democracy. Thank you.
Get on top of that Russian collusion and all this meddling.
Oh yeah. I forgot. Shout out to the Russians that hacked the Iowa caucus. Thank you. You guys really made it a great display. Letting Buttigieg win, even though you guys punish LGBT. So thank you. Thank you.
And aren't a big fan of capitalism, but hire the guy that just hired a guy, Goldman Sachs exec. I don't know. What are you doing, Russia? Huh? Why don't you take down the capitalist pig? Get in there. Come on. Yeah, like I'll put it out. We're going to be doing a lot of build up here in the next couple of months, both for the things that are going on with the coronavirus. Please keep up to date, share the truth. But also, as this year's hurricane season comes up, it's going to be the most insane, the biggest hurricane season we've ever seen. So, the trick to all of this, to any national disaster, is to get ready. So we'd like to get some delivery drones so we can get medications to people once the roads are washed out, things like that, and continue to get solar and water from air systems to the island, as well as the southeastern U.S. But we got to be prepared, guys. That's kind of the bottom line.
Imagine when that coronavirus gets into a hurricane and it just spreads
or just whether it's the Sharknado or not, right? Natural disasters happen. Our governments are not prepared, so we have to be prepared for them, right? We have to make sure that we've got the technology that to help each other exists, right? We need to start putting it to use. And to do that, we need to organize, we need to plan, we need to make sure that it's there before the hurricane hits, right? The best thing to do is to have the equipment, to have the solar systems and the water from air systems and all of that shit there before the hurricane hits. And when the hurricane hits, it's no problem, right? You take your solar things in or your turbine inside, wait for it to pass, and then you put it out the next day. No fucking sweat. But if you have to work to get all of that stuff down there to respond to these things, it can be much bigger of a deal. But more importantly, coronavirus is coming up, is going to happen here, and we need to be prepared. Don't go crazy, right? We're not talking about panic. We're saying make sure that you've got a couple, some cans of non-perishable food, some water filters, right? Some extra batteries. Just be a little ready. Right, so when some cough medicine, a face mask, so if things do go downhill, that you can take care of yourself for a couple of days. We don't want people to be scared. We want them to be prepared. And at this time, we do have a little bit to get ready. Get ready. And if it's not coronavirus, trust me, floods, hurricanes, it's great to be prepared. Have that bag ready so that you're not caught, with your pants down when a wildfire comes through. Right, you just grab your bag, put it in the car, your papers, some water, right, your phone, all that good shit is in there ready to go, and you don't have to run around and put yourself in danger again.
China's Shenzhen province is now on lockdown, according to reports.
How many people are in Shenzhen?
11 million, somewhere around there.
And by the time they do it, it's too late. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So I guess we'll be back next week, same time, same place. Are we doing Asia show or not? Or does anybody know?
I think so.
Yeah, Asia's on Sunday. I'm not sure if they're doing it any other days besides Sunday. But as far as I know, it's Sunday.
Yeah, I guess we won't be rebroadcasted on Cybergirl anymore, so that sucks.
Uh-oh, what'd we say?
Wait, did I get us banned?
What platform?
Oh, Preston, are you there?
Yeah, were we banned?
I don't. No, we weren't banned. There's no more Cybergorilla, so we don't get rebroadcasted there. So.
Oh.
Rebroadcast. Wait, where? Where are you talking about?
They were doing our audio. They were rebroadcasting our audio on some sort of link that we had up there for a while, but that's not happening anymore because there's no more Cybergirl. So.
Oh, Cyber Gorilla. Yeah. Well, that's because the site's completely shut down.
Oh, so we won't be broadcast on there. Yeah, that is very
We're
true.
also probably all going to get a knock on the door because we're being broadcasted on Cyber Gorilla and they're being under investigation. That's all I got to say.
Yeah.
Another list.
Yeah, damn it. How many? I think at this point, is there? We need to contact Guinness Book of World Records and see how many lists. Who holds the record for being on the most lists? We gotta hold some sort of record.
All right. I gotta roll with the credits, and we will be back next week.
Spay and neuter all politician. That's our public service announcement.
Dun 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 dun.
Hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.